What's up, Llama Tack? You're already scared? You should be. Look at that Silent Hill 3 logo. Look how frightening it is. Some parts of this game may be considered violent or cruel. All right. Still love that iconic intro. Akira Yamaoka kind of finding his sweet spot with music. What kind of wound up becoming more of the style that he uses throughout the series, although he does still change it up quite significantly from game to game. This is our first Silent Hill game with vocal tracks, with vocals provided by Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, who eventually, later on for the HD collection, would also direct the voice actors for the HD collection version and play Mary and Maria for the new recorded voices for HD, Silent Hill 2 HD. But we're not playing HD Collection tonight. We're playing the PlayStation 2 version via PCSX2 emulator using the most current night build or dev build as of today. So this, like I said, I haven't gotten through and tested it 100%, but everything was working and looking pretty good for the most part. I noticed a little bit of audio popping during the intro FMV. I think that's just a problem with the FMVs in general, but the majority of this game does not have FMVs. Most of the cutscenes and stuff are generated in engine, so everything should be up-resed and look pretty nice, and widescreen modes and mods and things are enabled, so the game should look pretty good overall. I've got a few settings disabled. Noise effect is off. Display mode is sharp, just to clean up some of the little edges. And noise effect just makes things kind of a blurry mess on Twitch because of bitrate limits. So this is Silent Hill 3. It's a sequel to the original Silent Hill 1. So with Silent Hill 2, Team Silent wanted to try kind of going in a different direction, do some different things, and that game was very much kind of like a standalone game without any real hard connections to Silent Hill 1 storyline-wise. Silent Hill 3 was kind of the response to a lot of fans who wanted a proper story, follow-up to Silent Hill 1. People wanted to know what happened after the events of Silent Hill 1. So Silent Hill 3 was the response to that. And this game takes place 17 years. It's one of the few times where we get a timeline properly in the games, but this takes place 17 years after the events of Silent Hill 1. Specifically Silent Hill 1's good ending. So going into this, we're going to do similar to Silent Hill 2. We're just going to do normal action, normal riddle, no Shakespeare tonight. We show the Shakespeare puzzle pretty often in a lot of story playthroughs, but we don't really show the other riddle levels and things quite as often, and it's been a while since I've done just a regular, normal Silent Hill 3 story playthrough. So we're going to do everything on this go-around of the story playthroughs kind of like just normal difficulty, straight down the middle, because we've done plenty of hard and everything else. Plenty of hard mode. So let's do some normal mode. Best thing about the PS2 version, we get all these nice little in-between loading screens. Even though the emulator is technically able to load everything faster, the PC version loads past all those screens like instantly. Some foreshadowing to the Lakeside Amusement Park. We see the teacup rides, which we never get to actually go on or interact with. We see one of the horses. The first time you play this game, you wouldn't even recognize what you're looking at here, but it's one of the merry-go-round horses that we will see when we fight the Memory of Alessa boss. So lots of foreshadowing immediately. Yeah, Chosen Ashen One. That's a great point. Visually, the teacups are very similar to the halo of the sun. Sort of rotating.
Where am I?
So she's somewhere unfamiliar, holding a knife. And you can see this is the Lakeside Amusement Park. The light up eyes on that clown. Everything about this. Wonderful atmosphere already. The fog just kind of rolling through the amusement park, the sort of same decrepit, decayed, almost burned sort of feel to the other world as Silent Hill 1. Kind of a mix between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2 as far as visuals and things. And again, I do have some visual settings applied, but not a whole lot. I did want to keep it somewhat true to the original PS2 graphics, but still, you know, like widescreen. And some things are a little bit cleaned up. But I think a lot of this era of games, there's a certain kind of charm to having some of the rougher edges, kind of pixely way that some of these textures move and blend. A lot of interesting things that we can immediately start looking at. One of the standout things about Silent Hill 3 for me, I love story and I love flavor text when you're investigating things in your environment in games. Silent Hill 1 and 2 like does that to like a good degree. Like there's a decent amount of stuff, but not to the way that Silent Hill 3 does. 3, it feels like you can look at 90% of things in the environment and Heather will have something to say about it. A rabbit doll. No, it's a costume. Is there someone in there? It looks like there is, but I don't feel like making sure. So there's like all this text. It's not just her stating plainly, there's a costume on the bench. I can't use that right now. You know, like instead of just kind of the throwaway flavor text, you examine it and Heather also sort of gives you some introspective thoughts about it. She talks about, you know, wondering, is there somebody in it? You know, thinking about kind of the details of it. It's a giant rabbit costume. Why would this be here? And the text changes when you examine things multiple times. A lot of things, when you examine something for the first time, it'll have a little bit of unique text that you don't get when you examine it a following time, or any following time. It's a giant rabbit costume. Why would this be here? So now that's kind of what she just says when examining them. One of the downsides to this cool, unique, detailed, like, flavor text system is that any button press, like any at all, will make text kind of clear away from the screen. So if you accidentally skip something, a lot of text in this game, you only get a chance to see it once. And if you mash past it, you can't see it again. So it usually happens. It usually happens during these playthroughs at least once. But got to be very careful pressing our buttons, looking at these interesting little unique text things. And what's this? Something strange in a cagey box thing. A person? Not quite. I don't really want to stare at it for very long, whatever it is. All this imagery combined with this music, this sort of really sort of calm, but very eerie, unsettling, ambient, just sort of like distant rumbling. And you can see this is sort of like a body being hung with its arms sort of tied behind it, hung up by the arms. The head is looking downward, the feet hanging towards the bottom. The coloration of it, with the dark limbs and the sort of fleshy robe, even the texture on it, you can see, holding the camera perfectly still, you can see that texture is moving, where it almost looks like something crawling around, not even necessarily on it. It's a great effect where it looks like it's under it. It looks like you're seeing little bloody things just sort of like under the skin, moving around, swimming around underneath the top level of skin of this thing, this body. Team Silent, like with Silent Hill 2, they were just getting used to how to design stuff for the PlayStation 2. They were just getting used to how to use this hardware after mostly being, PlayStation 1 and earlier, game designers. The leap in technology from PS1 to PS2 was a lot more major than I think people realize. So the graphics and the textures and everything in Silent Hill 2, as good as they were, Silent Hill 3 shows how much they learned through making Silent Hill 2 and applied it and learned more when making Silent Hill 3, because you see a lot of the same sort of effects and things that we saw in Silent Hill 2, but done to like a much more polished degree. So I feel like visually this game just winds up being a lot better and just a lot more creepy and detailed than Silent Hill 2's visuals and stuff were. It's a popcorn wagon, but no one's here to sell it. Where did they go? Asking the real questions. Want to buy some popcorn, and the vendor's not there. What the? Yeah, at this point, she starts trailing off. Nothing more you can say about these just like horrifying things. And you can see they're all kind of unique. They're all a little bit different. It's not the exact same model. The textures and poses are a little altered. They didn't just like copy paste. And because we're on normal difficulty, you can fall into pitfalls and holes. If you're playing on easy difficulty, the ability to fall into holes and fall off of ledges and things is taken away. But if you're playing on normal or harder, you can absolutely just fall into pits. And during this whole intro segment, this is very similar to Silent Hill 1. There's going to be a lot of parallels to Silent Hill 1 like this, but Silent Hill 1 starts off with a nightmare sequence as your intro, where the nightmare kind of shows you how to move and how to fight and gives you an introduction to creatures. But then, just like Silent Hill 1, it sort of forces you to die, and then you wake up in the real world, in the actual starting scenario of the game. So Silent Hill 3 does it the same way, and unlike Silent Hill 1, you can just kind of chuck yourself into a pit and immediately die, and the nightmare ends, and you can just start the game, which is actually a big part of speedrunning. It's a big part of why the speedruns are separated in so many different ways for so many different categories, because there's big changes in a run depending on if you can die and end this nightmare quickly or not. Makes it pretty fun. A lot of variety in the speedruns for this game. That fog effect. You can see some of the signs and things. So going into the Lakeside Amusement Park, here is Souvenir Avenue. There's actually some behind-the-scenes footage or photos of them recording that animation, where Heather Morris, the actress who plays Heather Mason in this game, is named Heather Morris. They actually named the character after her. We'll get into that in a moment, but they had one of the members of the dev team basically had a rope around her ankle, and they would pull at the rope to get the sort of tugging sensation of the dog biting onto her leg. And you can really take your time and stomp stuff a bunch in this game. I feel like that's just a Heather thing. Like, you don't ever really need to kick things more than once, but the game gives you the option, and it feels good. So why not do it? It makes the Vincent line really funny later, too. Step on them and snuff out their lives. And it's like, yeah. They do look like monsters. Because they are monsters. And Vincent's just fucking with you. We're getting way ahead of ourselves. Let's go through the inventory. So you do start with this nightmare sequence with a few things, but you're missing a few key items. So you start with your flashlight, which is something in the main scenario you do not have. You have to find this and pick it up. It's in my chest pocket, a must-have in the darkness, but monsters will notice me more easily when it's on. Notice me more easily when it's on. So it gives you a little bit of... It's here to kind of act as a tutorial thing. If you check it and examine it, you'll get the idea that, all right, you know, this is something that you're going to need to be able to look around, but monsters will notice you when it's on. If you've already played Silent Hill 1 and 2 up to this point, same mechanic. Power switch, radio, which you can turn on and off. You can adjust the volume of it, and we can examine it for a little bit more information. It's a small portable radio. Play static when monsters get close. Again, exactly like Silent Hill 1 and 2. It won't play normal stations. Is it broken? Kind of Heather's version, her spin on the radio, you know, what's going on with that radio. Same parallel to Silent Hill 1, to her father, Harry Mason. The knife, it's a switchblade for self-defense. I've never used it, but just in case. We have used it. We just stabbed a dog with it, so it's officially used. And this knife actually gets a little different dialogue, like the text when you examine it in the menu is a little different later. Once we're in the real world. Steel pipe. A steel pipe about 3 feet long. Not very powerful, but not hard to use. Classic Silent Hill weapon. I think they just felt compelled to give you this in the intro. Like, yep, it's a Silent Hill game. You've got your steel pipe. It's Silent Hill 3. Handgun. Holds 10 rounds of ammunition. Small and not powerful, but easy to use. And the submachine gun holds 32 rounds of ammunition. Great for its continuous firing. And you can get an unlockable version of this for New Game Plus that is unlimited ammo. Health drinks. It's full of nutrition and should help me recover at least a little of my strength. One thing to note about this game is that there is also stamina, which is kind of like a hidden stat. You can actually unlock a on-screen meter that shows your stamina. But stamina affects how quickly you move, how quickly you attack with melee weapons. It affects a lot of things in this game. And drinking health drinks will not only heal a little bit of your health, but they also recover a little bit of stamina. First aid kits heal more than a health drink, but they do not give you any stamina, which is an important difference. Sometimes you need stamina more than health, which is something they don't make very clear in this game, but something good to know. This will help me patch up my wounds fairly well, I think. This game also offers the ability to equip items that are specifically for your supplies. So you can, for example, equip your handgun bullets and reload your handgun faster. You can equip your health items and use them. And again, this is on the console version as well as the PC version. By default, for the console version, you click in the right stick, R3, to use your equipped supplies. So it lets you actually use health items and things without having to go into the menu, which can be very, very, very useful. Not stopping what you're doing to open up the menu just to heal and continue fighting something. We can get a good look at the closers, or closers, however you prefer to pronounce the enemy's name. Closer. Which is basically the Mandarin enemy that we saw in Silent Hill 2. But with new animations, it's now wandering around above ground, walking into a wall. But it gives us a good opportunity to look at it. The head is sort of like this protruding mouth that's just swiveling and spinning like all crazy. A lot more of that Jacob's Ladder inspired twitchy, moving, body parts, and that sort of rapid movement is a lot more prevalent in the creatures and animations in this game. The big swollen arms, and there's actually a bone in the right arm, or in each arm, that can extend out during certain attacks. This game is so loud and I love it. Do I need to turn the game down? Is it drowning me out too much? Because this game does get very loud. But yeah, just so you can get a better look at the closer, you can see that bone spike extend out whenever it attacks. And just sort of the really crazy movement of the face, that mouth. Really great. One of my favorite, absolute favorite creature designs in the series. Yeah, that's true, Chosen Ashen One. They have an unused animation in the game files where they climb up from beneath the ground. So maybe at some point they were supposed to be underground, similar to the Mandarins were in Silent Hill 2, and then pull themselves up. But ultimately that animation wound up not being used. Ah, yes, the days of waiting for Closer to give us the bone to get out of the nightmare quicker. Yeah, so for speedruns that are done on easy difficulty, where you can't fall into a pit and die and just instantly end the nightmare, you have to die to one of these closers. It's the fastest way to die because they can do the most damage to you, but they have to hit you with a very specific sequence of attacks that is completely random. So speedrunning on easy difficulty is basically a lot of resetting this nightmare over and over, trying to get the perfect attack pattern from one of those closers. Mountain coasters this way. Just want to see the bodies hanging on the flag posts. So many little details in the environment. The pistol in this game feels so much weaker than the others. I agree. Oh. So now we've got to deal with these things. These are the pendulums. You always know when there's a pendulum because of its distinct sound. Like, I want to get a good look at it. It's a good enemy design. Like, it's creepy and weird and abstract. It's like two torsos together at the waist. It's like a reverse mannequin. Instead of two pairs of legs, it's the upper half of two people together with a blade right on the fucking head. There it is. The mountain coaster. It's locked. There's actually a glitch on the console versions of this game. If you stand in exactly the right spot, you can interact with the hitbox of the switch. There it is. The switch for the roller coaster. It's been left on. Will you turn it off? So we're going to have to restart the playthrough if I turn this off. But we can always just kind of run right back up to where we were. It's just the nightmare sequence. But I do want to go ahead and show this. So if you use this glitch to turn that off, if you're playing on an actual PlayStation 2, this will basically just ruin your game. Like, it'll crash. It won't ruin it, but it'll crash. Get to hear some creepy, weird environmental sounds. It's like eating sounds, animal sounds. I love the atmosphere and audio design and everything in this game. Just kind of seeing all these the fake mountains that you're supposed to be riding past on the mountain coaster. They're all just rusted and horrible. The track itself is all falling apart. But yeah, if you actually turn off the switch during the nightmare sequence when you're not supposed to be able to, and you walk to the end of the tracks, you get the scene like you would later in the game when you're here in the Lakeside Amusement Park for real. Keep in mind, this is still the intro. This is still just the nightmare. So a few things are going to happen. First off, this cutscene's broken because it's playing way before it's supposed to happen. So these character models are not loaded in yet.
About Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
So we get to see this cutscene with just the audio and the background, but no character models.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. So cutscene plays and there's no models. Heather is now waking up in Lakeside Amusement Park again. We just skipped directly from the intro nightmare sequence to the real Lakeside Amusement Park way later in the game. So now we're here, way later in the game, in the actual Lakeside Amusement Park. But here's the thing. We still have the inventory from the nightmare. Our inventory doesn't upgrade to what you actually have in the main scenario. And there's a very important thing that you're missing from your inventory in the nightmare section of the game, in the intro. You don't have Heather's necklace. And inside Heather's necklace is a drop of Aglophitous. And without that drop of Aglophitous, you cannot beat this game. We can literally play from this point all the way up to the very end of the game, where we confront Claudia for the very last time right before the final boss fight. But we don't have the necklace in the inventory. We can't take the Aglophitous. So we can't puke up the god fetus. Claudia can't ingest it and birth God, and there can be no final boss fight. There can be no final combat. So, unfortunately, it seems like it would be such a good speedrun skip, but first of all, on actual hardware, it doesn't work. If you're playing on actual hardware, it doesn't work. Your game will just crash whenever it tries to play the cutscene without the character models. And if emulator runs were allowed, you just can't kill the final boss, and there's no way to get that necklace added to your inventory. At least not that anybody has found yet. All right. So now let's see what's supposed to happen there. We're not supposed to switch that off. We're not supposed to be here in the actual Lakeside Amusement Park yet. Why does it work on emulators? I have no idea. I don't know why that is specific to emulation. Something about the way the emulator loading the sequences of the game, where it's allowed to kind of power through things not loading properly. Whereas actual hardware, you know, doesn't have that benefit. It has like a failsafe, so it notices like, oh, these things are not loading the way that they're supposed to, so just shut down the game. Again, we get that creepy audio. Very, very similar. Reminds me a lot of Silent Hill 2. The pathway, the intro, from the top of where James parked down to where you meet Angela. You're going through that pathway and you're hearing all these sort of creepy monster noises off in the distance that sound like they're all around you, but you know, there's nothing there. There's nothing that ever makes that sound ever again. So yeah, it's just a good creepy way of setting that up. Adding that tension. and very parallel to Silent Hill 1. We have Heather waking up in a diner after the nightmare sequence ends.
What a nightmare.
Some wonderful lighting. This sort of sunset, very orange, almost red lighting. And that more orange and more red-hued lighting and theme kind of plays a part throughout this game's visuals all the way through. Fell asleep in Happy Burger. Had a nightmare. Oh, Heather stops at the edge there. It's part of the widescreen mod. We're going to see a little bit of weirdness every once in a while. Gaga Somnia, thank you so much for the Prime
Dad,
sub.
it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
Good scene. I love that introduction with Douglas. First time playing this, you're not too sure what to think of him. This weird guy saying that he's, claiming to be a detective. And he winds up being, one of my absolute favorite characters. Yeah, again, we have these. I love how Douglas parallels to Sybil. Runs so deep. They're both incompetent at their job. That's funny, Chosen. But yeah, the parallel again with Harry waking up in a diner and soon after meeting Sybil, we have Heather waking up in a diner soon after meeting Douglas. So now we have, he's not exactly a cop. He formerly was before becoming a private eye, private detective. But yeah, again, we have so many little parallels from Silent Hill 1 to Silent Hill 3. I like the way they kind of combine a lot of story and thematic elements between the first game and this one, because it is a sequel. It is a proper sequel in the best ways, and a lot of other streams I've referred to this as being kind of the perfect sequel. And I feel like it encapsulates the perfect way to sort of do like a follow-up to something like Silent Hill 1. Yeah, the soundtrack is absolutely amazing in this game. End of Small Sanctuary. One of my, again, favorite tracks. A lot of my favorite tracks from over the course of the series come from this game. I feel like Silent Hill 3 was Akira Yamaoka really kind of finding and settling on his sound after experimenting with a few different things with Silent Hill 1 and 2. You get some good dialogue here, examining the halo of the sun and the mirror itself. The mark on this mirror, it looks so familiar somehow. What do I know it from? Where did I once see it? And why does my head hurt so much when I try to remember it? Here's our save screen, our Silent Hill 3 save screen. Kind of similar to Silent Hill 2 with the sort of like almost brain, neuron connections or vines or trees, however you want to look at it, veins, that sort of background. Now it's very much about Heather. You see that face of her. This particular image of Heather, look at the bottom of it, sort of the way the vertical like white stripe in the collar is. This, it almost looks like the Alessa photograph from Silent Hill 1. Like the style that it's done in and the lighting of it and sort of the tint of the image where it looks like an older photograph. Felt like it really is similar to the Alessa photograph of Silent Hill 1. So again, kind of giving that thematic and visual parallel between just things like that. Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 tied in such a strong way. And then of course the halo of the sun, front and center, sort of representing that transition, that ongoing rebirth and reincarnation from Alessa into Cheryl, now calling herself Heather. But that cyclical nature of Alessa's life and death and rebirth is constantly referred to throughout the game. So even right here on the save screen, we have that symbol. We have Heather looking almost superimposed with the Alessa photo. And I love that calming save menu music, and then you back out and you come right back into End of Small Sanctuary. Like, it's one thing for the game's individual audio tracks. Like, any game with a good composer can have a good soundtrack of just individual things. It's another thing to also have all of that audio incorporated into the game really well, where it's not like jarring, switching from one track to the other or one sound or, anything like that. The transitions from area to area, music to music, and sound effects and ambience is all like so good on this. So good. Now, famously, there's like interviews and things like that where Akira Yamaoka was talking about, he was also made the head producer, like lead producer for this game, after having mainly been soundtrack and sound design for Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2. And in those interviews, Yamaoka had mentioned like he wasn't really focused on producing the game. Like, he wasn't paying attention to it as a game producer. He was paying attention to it as though he were making an album. He was making a soundtrack. And that was what his main focus was on, was just the sound for this game. And I think that shows. It's a damn good soundtrack. Some more good dialogue here. I don't like mirrors. It's almost like there's an unknown world right on the other side. And the person staring at me isn't really me, just an imitator. I know how stupid that sounds, but that's how I feel. But if I keep thinking about it, it just makes me feel sick. So, already, Heather doesn't like mirrors. But through all of that text, through all of that sort of inner monologue, just by examining something like the mirror, we get so much wonderful subtext to her character. Being Alessa, seeing herself as as Heather, who dyed her hair and, you know, purposefully doesn't really resemble Cheryl, let alone Alessa herself. Imagine looking at her into that mirror, you know, looking as Alessa in some way at her reflection of Heather and thinking, you know, this looks like a stranger. This is not me. And yeah, just straight up foreshadowing to confronting Alessa as a boss fight. The memory of Alessa. Can investigate some of the things in the bathroom, including knocking on this stall door. Guess someone's in there. Yeah, it's occupied. Rude of me to keep on knocking, huh? Doesn't even let you spam, you know, repeat knocking it. Heather, like, has some sensibility of it's rude to just keep doing this. So much character just from interacting with the world. That's one thing that I feel like Silent Hill 3 does better than any other Silent Hill game. The fact that you can interact with so much of your world and get responses to it that enhance what you know about the character and the situation. That weird old detective is out there, so I'm not leaving. So we can't just walk back out of the bathroom. Heather refuses to deal with Douglas. So, climbing out the window. Exactly, we're casually jumping out the window to evade a detective. The road is blocked with empty boxes and stuff. I can't get through. Off here in the distance, you can only barely make it out. But you can actually see a little piece of Silent Hill back there as part of the backdrop. All they really wanted, I think, the intention is just to have something in the background. Just to sort of make this feel not so barren when you look out past this fence. Like there's still more of this town that we're in. This unnamed town, which... in the past, I've always assumed this was Portland. Technically, it's undefined. We know that Harry and Cheryl were living in Portland at some point. The cult found them. Harry shot the member of the cult who tracked them down, and then they moved. We don't know where they moved. Presumably, it's still somewhere in Maine. It could even potentially still be just in Portland, some other part of the same city. But yeah, we don't really know. But either way, they wanted to just kind of flesh out this city where you are, and that backdrop, that building is the Texon gas station from Silent Hill 2, which we will see once we visit Silent Hill properly with Heather, because right now we're not there. We're in some place other than Silent Hill. We'll just say Portland. But once we actually get to Silent Hill, we'll see that little section of the town. We'll see the gas station. All right, Heather, climb into the men's bathroom. Always thought it was Portland. Never thought it could be somewhere else. Same. I thought the same for a very long time. And Douglas mentions Portland. Maine. Portland, Maine. Douglas mentions Portland. And you find his notebook mentioning Portland. But the fact was they were living in Portland when the cult member found them and attacked them. And it never specifies, it just says that they moved. Considering they make it to Silent Hill in like less than a day, driving from wherever they are, like Douglas and Heather just drive there together, so presumably they're still somewhere in Maine. Possibly even still in Portland, just add a new address. But it never really does specify. Well, that's helpful. Maybe I should walk around it. Never mind. But how did this car park here anyway? It is a hell of a parking job. It is perfectly wedged in there. So much so that unless this thing has like a sunroof, I mean, I guess they could have climbed over the seats and out the back. Or there's a driver still just sitting in there. Such great flavor text really makes you want to explore the world and discover how Heather sees it. I agree completely, Liquifool. That is well said. It really does just make you want to explore and examine everything just to get more feedback, to see how Heather is interpreting things in the world. The lock's broken. Can't open the door. Get ready for that. Shit gets rusty. All doors are locked. There's a lot of stuff posted up here, but nothing useful. And the thing is, there's still a lot of flavor text like that, where it's still your standard, you know, this is the thing. The locker door won't open. Guess I'll just leave it alone. Cardboard boxes, nothing useful inside either. But there is a lot of interesting stuff that she will comment on. The Revolt of Turn Ale. 30% off sale. So there winds up being a texture later for a store that's referred to as Turn Ale, which is why this is supposed to be like a flyer for that. Turn Ale being, I forget, is it Irish? It means the other world or the afterlife. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up notes. Yeah, I think it's Gaelic. That's a word or a phrase meaning the afterlife or the other world. Locked. This game has such perfect liminal spaces. You know, like that became such a buzzword with horror and stuff in recent years, like liminal spaces being the whole idea. Like Backrooms became its own genre essentially of horror, and it's so strange to me because it's something that is sort of, it's just an element that has always sort of been a part of a lot of horror. And yeah, Silent Hill has always liked doing these sort of out of the way spaces, the hallways and very industrial sort of, you know, hallways, lockers, nothing fancy. Everything is just sort of like concrete and metal, very basic tile, long hallways, very uninviting, very repetitive, but still, I don't know, detailed in a way. You have the fluorescent lighting, everything feeling sort of off-white, just very dirty, dingy. But yeah, Silent Hill's always done these kind of areas and things especially well. Gave them a really creepy feel about them. We also start getting this increasing feeling of people being more and more distant. So when the nightmare ended and we're very first fading in on Heather sitting at the dining room table, for if you want to check the VOD or if you're watching on YouTube, you can back it up right now and double check. But if you look at the bottom right of the screen as that scene is fading in, you see the back of somebody's head, like some black hair and this like head that's moving. It's on screen just for like a second or two, and it's fading in from black and panning in, like zooming in on Heather at the table, waking up, and there's this background noise where you hear people being in the cafe. The back of that head is also Angela Orozco's model from Silent Hill 2. They have just her head in place in the corner of that shot. But it's done in such a way to basically give you the impression that there's people around. You know, Heather's not in a creepy abandoned mall. She's in a regular mall. And, like, it's getting late. It looks like the sun's going down. But there are still shops going. There's still people around. There's other people in the diner, you know, eating next to her in the Happy Burger. And you go outside, so you kind of have this break away from all that. And you have the, you know, wonderful End of Small Sanctuary playing. And once you're back in the mall again, and you kind of get through those creepy hallways where everything is super silent, everything is dead quiet, and you kind of make your way back into the mall, and now things are closing down. The metal shutters on a lot of things are closed. You can see the floor is like especially dirty, like things haven't been cleaned or anything yet. And the voices, so before you could hear like other people very clearly next to you in or what would sound like next to you in the mall. The mall crowd sound when she walks out of the Happy Burger over to the payphone. Now you just hear some voices very faintly, like a few hallways away, or in one of these other rooms, in one of these other stores where the shutters are down and the doors are closed. Everything's very muffled and distant. You kind of get this like gradual feeling of this place emptying out. I really like the, I don't know, something very specific about that feeling. Having lived in an age where malls were a thing, and I used to spend a lot of time in malls. I've definitely been in malls like when they're getting ready to close. I've worked in malls when they're closing. And this kind of captures that weird dissonant feel of this place that's usually very bustling and kind of busy to, you know, there's still people around, but it doesn't feel like it. Everything is so distant. You don't feel like there's people right next to you, you know. It's this big open area that starts feeling more and more empty. It's a very strange, particular feeling. Nora, thank you so much for the 15 months resub. You know, this game is old when a teen girl actually knows how to use a payphone. Yeah, we're kind of dating ourselves, aren't we? But thank you so much, Nora. I really appreciate the resub. Cosmetic Angel. All these little storefronts. I love all the little signs and things. Silver Ring House. Watch Christopher. You better not let him out of your sight. Xanderkins. Xander, thank you so much for the 75 months. That is a lot of months. And a lot of love. Thank you so much, dude. Hope you're doing well. I miss you. Hope you and G are doing well. We're watching Christopher. Red tag sale still in progress. No dogs. No dogs allowed in the store. Man, I just love all these environmental details in these games. Bert's hat. It's a whole store dedicated to this guy Bert and his one hat. You can't actually buy it, but you can pay to look at it. It's quite nice. Purple side. Where everything is purple. You can see we're in the Central Square Shopping Center. Fancy goods. For all the fanciest. If very fancy looking sign. And then we can see Boutique Marguerite compared to everywhere else where it's kind of locked or the shutters are completely down. There's still some light. This door looks cracked open. The shutter is not all the way down, and you get this very, distinct camera angle, wanting you to pay attention, to focus on this one place to go. The lighting here, combined with the sound, where it's like, you can kind of hear like people in the distance and things happening, but you're not sure what. It's all very muffled. There's light coming out from this door and hitting Heather's legs, making the shadow behind her very long. I don't know. All these little cinematic things, little details in this game. Again, I feel like Silent Hill 2 was the learning how to make stuff for the hardware experience, and it was very, very good for what it was, but Silent Hill 3 takes everything they learned while they were doing Silent Hill 2 and really pushes the PS2 hardware, and all these lighting tricks and cinematic moments and camera shots are so much better. Speaking of which, I mentioned Angela in the diner. Heather finds a handgun just laying here.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me! What the hell is this thing?
Listen to that sound. It almost sounds like water going down a drain. Down like a nasty drain that's clogged. Like part way. Yeah, great sound from this monster. Great the musical sting when it reveals the creature. That person that it's eating over here is Angela. You can see there's Angela Orozco's model. I don't think for the intents of like story stuff, it's not literally Angela from Silent Hill 2, but they reuse her model to be a victim here, just the same way they reused the head of this model to sort of give the impression that there's other people in the diner when that scene of Heather waking up there. I can tell from here that it's dead. Not even like, we're not going to assume gender or pronoun here. Just, it's dead. Like, not even human anymore. Just literally a corpse. Should I call the police? Not like they'd believe me if I said someone's been killed by a monster. It's not that I hate clothes, but this isn't the time or place. Yeah, you start trying to look around. Oh, let me look at these cute blouses hanging on the rack over here. And just ignore this really graphically, like, bloody scene. Compared to Silent Hill 2, like, we saw the James corpses and stuff around that were mutilated, but all the blood, like, splattered everywhere around here on the dressing room curtains and everything. It's pretty gory, pretty graphic right away. I feel like this game is a lot more visceral than Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 2. Like, this game really pushes that that aspect of the visuals where things feel very bloody and organic in a lot of ways. There's a lot more blood and guts and organs, and even just looking at the closer, you know, this monster design where it has like giant bones that are protruding from it, but you can kind of see inside of its arms where that all comes from. Yeah. Very distinct, kind of stylized visual horror in this game. Is it the woman from the cafe where Heather woke up? I mean, you could assume that since it's just the same model, but yeah, I don't know that it's thought out that much to be like, oh, it's this character. Woman from diner when Heather woke up. She is now dead and eaten by the closer. I think it's just we need a victim to introduce this creature. And they have, you know, a perfectly good Angela model sitting around from when they did Silent Hill 2 that they can easily retexture and use. Nothing on the shop counter particularly catches my eye. It's definitely not human. I've never heard of such an animal. And no way is it a costume. It sounds crazy when you say it, but monster is the only word for it. But I don't think I'm crazy. I love that. I always hear that very similar to James saying, you know, I'm not crazy when he's talking to Angela in the apartments. It's a monster. I killed it. They look like monsters to you? Pew, 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 pew. He said the thing. It was all humans the whole time, and we're just a mass murderer. Got him. Wouldn't it suck if that was actually the case? Like, if that was real? That was just the overall explanation to everything, the way that a lot of people, like, theorized. And some people still follow that theory, even after devs have explicitly stated, like, that's not the case. You're not going around and shooting people and thinking that you're seeing monsters just because Vincent says his "they look like monsters to you" line. We'll get into that whole discussion, I guess, later on when that scene actually happens. All right, we've got our gun. We found some ammo for it. Check this reload animation. Heather's very good at reloading a gun. Doesn't fumble around with it or anything. I could see her maybe getting some basic handgun training from Harry. It's just a poster. Big deal. Something about this face. It's a little creepy. It's another one of those, the Revolution of Tern Ale. Again, Tern Ale being the... Tern Ale, I'm not sure if the pronunciation is correct, but it's a reference to the otherworld or the afterlife in, I believe it's Gaelic. Can't wait for the Shakespeare puzzle. Shakespeare puzzle's not going to be horrible, because we're doing a normal playthrough. Normal action, normal riddle. Because almost every time I do Silent Hill 3 story playthroughs, we do the hard mode puzzle, just because it's more interesting to talk about those puzzles. But I think every puzzle difficulty in this game is kind of interesting in different ways, so we're gonna do the normal one for comparison's sake this time. So Shakespeare won't be so bad. No comment on it, but if you look right here, even though there's no like flavor text when you examine it, you can see a Silent Hill 2 poster. Some little Easter eggs and things in the environment. I feel like the closest way to equate some of these things. This started becoming a real thing around that time with games. Especially from Konami things. You think about like Metal Gear Solid 2, all the little Easter eggs in MGS2 where you find like, a little figurine of Vulcan Raven and all these little callbacks to the earlier games, just kind of found in like fourth wall breaking situations almost. So this game kind of does a little bit of that, where you're straight up finding Silent Hill 2 posters just hanging out on the walls. Push the button, but the elevator won't come. Is it broken or something? Here's our Central Square Shopping Center map. You can see it connects directly to the subway, which is convenient. It'd be too hard to get through here with all the boxes and pallets. So she's just not gonna bother. If only you knew, Cheryl. If only you knew where you would wind up after your adventures in Silent Hill 3. Because you wind up in Dead by Daylight. Just look at all these pallets. Look at all these killer stunners. When Konami used to love games, it was never Konami, it was always Team Silent. That's a very good point to make. Konami is a company, they're a business that wants to make money. What really matters is the developers who make the game itself and how much love and passion they put into their project. Passionate developers, they make really good games. Squish him. Look at all the blood, like the drops of blood spraying back towards you as you shoot stuff. Again, all these sort of visuals. Not only is it more detailed effects and things in the environment, but a little bit more realistic. And actually, we can turn the blood volume up. We can go from normal to much or little. I love that. How much blood would you like? A little, normal, or much? You can also change it to green, purple, black. We'll leave it normal, but we'll increase it to much. Let's have much blood. Lock's broken. There's that same Silent Hill 2 poster stuck on this cork board. Storeroom. Pull the fire alarm, Heather. You seem like the type of teenager that would do that. We bring back the good old Silent Hill 2 effect of running through the blood from a downed enemy will cause you to leave behind bloody footprints. Still really like that effect. It's a simple thing, but it's a good detail. So we're encountering some new enemies now. We saw the numb body out there. We're seeing the dog now. These dogs kind of similar to the skin dogs of Silent Hill 1 and kind of play a parallel as far as their meaning, where Alessa had just a fear of dogs, and that represented itself in these sort of enemies. but the head of the dog is split vertically. So this split head dog is sort of also representing the split nature of Alessa and Cheryl. The dog itself is also, it looks like it's burned. It has like fresh burns and it's wrapped in bandages, similar to the way that Alessa looked at the end of Silent Hill 1 when she was burned and bandaged up. And listen to these enemy sound effects. We get some beef jerky, processed dried meat. Sometimes it's just enough to distract monsters. It's meant for dogs, so I think I'll pass. So this is not regular beef jerky. These are dog treats. And you can use them to distract dog enemies and slurper enemies. No! Eat the jerky. Eat the jerky. Come on. Don't mind me, just eat the jerky. Come on. Lots of stuff, but none of it really looks useful. Yeah, he's already had a taste. He's already had a taste for heather meat. He doesn't want the jerky anymore. Okay. See you later, bud. Are beef jerkies useful for anything? There's a few hallways later on that have like tons of slurpers in them that can be very annoying to get through, especially if you want to try to conserve ammunition and not just kill them all. So beef jerky can be useful for distracting those while you run past. But, nah, outside of a very few specific scenarios like that one, you don't really get a whole lot of usage out of the beef jerky. It was an interesting idea to have something that'll sort of like act as bait for certain monsters, but in practice it's not super useful. Oh yeah, just to kind of go back through the inventory, since we looked at what our inventory was during the nightmare. Now we have some familiar stuff: the handgun, the bullets, the health drinks. We've got some new stuff like the beef jerky. The knife we have a new description for. It's a switchblade for self-defense, better with than without it against those monsters. I know it's terrible, but I just love walking around with this. Of course, this is the first time I've used it against anything living. So, stuff like that. Like, it's just the description for a knife in a survival horror game. It's like an item that people would assume is just kind of a given. You know, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, a lot of survival horror this era, you would typically have your knife. You're like your basic weapon, if nothing else. And it gives you like all this extra text about Heather likes walking around with it, but she's never had to use it on anything living, you know. It gives you a little bit of insight into her character. Just for an item description. House key. It's my front door key. Daisy Villa apartment number 102 is carved into the key. Daisy Villa. Pendant. Dad gave me this pendant on my birthday. It's one of my treasured belongings. There's a jewel inside, like a little red tablet. I love that this one actually like zooms in and opens up and shows you what's in it. You get to see the detail, all the little intricate design work on this locket. When I asked Dad what it was, he said, just a lucky charm. But then he told me to take good care of it and never take it off. And because we didn't have this in our nightmare scenario in the beginning, even being able to skip all the way from the nightmare to the real amusement park, we can play all the way up to the end of the game, but we can't beat it because we don't have this. This is literally the most important item in the whole game. And it's just sort of sitting here in your inventory. A lot of people would never even look at it or check it in their inventory. And I've known a lot of people who've played this game blind and watched a lot of blind playthroughs where people get to the end of the game and don't know what to do to like trigger the final boss fight without looking at a guide or having someone tell them what to do. They don't assume the necklace is that important. There's lots of stuff, but none of it really looks like it'll be useful. Bunch of boxes here. Doesn't look like there's anything useful inside of them, though. Something's fallen between the table and the floor. I think it might be a key. If my arms were a little longer, I might be able to reach it. There's a huge pile of cardboard boxes on the table, full of books. It's way too much of a pain to move something that heavy. Stuff like this, I like that kind of way of describing it. Because a lot of survival horror games, you could do the bare minimum here, right? There's a thing underneath it. I can't move the boxes. That's all you have to say. That's the only text you have to put there. I can't move this. You know, there's something under here, and the thing that's on top of it that's preventing me from getting it cannot be moved. For Heather, she absolutely can move this. But it's cardboard boxes full of books. And they're probably too heavy to move the boxes, so she can't unpack them. She can't open them and like move the... Like she could. She absolutely could. But it's just way too much of a pain to do that. So she's not going to. It's not the fact that she can't. It's the fact that it's a pain in her ass and she refuses to do it. And if that's not the most 17-year-old response to a mild challenge necessary for progression, then I don't know what is. Stuff like that is perfect. It's just a slight way of phrasing very basic text that adds so much to the characters in this game, especially Heather. Just since we didn't get a really great look at him before destroying him, you can see the numb body here. Almost tadpole-like, but with these little legs. The legs themselves are also kind of almost frog-like. Similar to the closer, where the head shape of the closer is kind of elongated with like a mouth on the very end of it. This one is left a little bit more open, rather than like a flat, kind of horizontal human mouth. It's more of just an orifice, an opening, a butthole, mouth hole, if you will. Yeah, I love the creature design. Just enemy design in this game is great. Already for Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2, like, was really good. But again, similar to the way that Akira Yamaoka, I think, was kind of finding his style of music and things that he wanted to do for these games. I think Masahiro Ito was really settling into his creature designs. Helen's Bakery. So we get to talk a little bit about this bakery. Of course, since I'm talking about all the flash text, we have to, all the flavor text and all that sort of stuff. We have to talk a little bit about the Helen Bakery. There's a lot of little trivia things to talk about in here. We have to look at the bread. Here you go. Here you go, Redditors. It's the funniest thing you've ever fucking seen. Be sure to clip this and put it all over r/Silent Hill. They love the fucking bread memes. Insatiable. And I always feel like it's funny. I always feel like it's weird when this gets pulled out and it's like, oh, it's so funny because it's all she says. It's bread, and it's just bread in front of her. Aren't these games funny? Like the joke is that when you investigate things in a survival horror game, it tells you very, very little about the thing that's in front of you. Like, that's the joke. Except the joke comes from Silent Hill 3, the game that gives you the most flavor text out of any survival horror game I've ever played. Hell, out of most video games in general that I've ever played. I know fucking RPGs and stuff that are entirely, text driven, where everything is examinable, that don't have as much stuff to look at in the environments as this game. And even this, where the meme comes from, if you press X to continue here, there's way more text. But I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. So it's like, okay, it's bread. We know why she's just saying it's bread, is because she's not hungry and she's in a nightmare world and she doesn't care right now. So that's the whole point of the meme. I just feel like it's weird. People love that it's bread meme, but I feel like so many of those people probably don't even understand the context of the game that it comes from. Like, is that what makes it funny? Do I just not have the Zoomer sense of humor? Am I too old? That's what I'm saying. I'm sure that's the problem. I just don't understand this. See, like Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason just saying Bible, not even saying it's a Bible, not saying, a Bible, just the word Bible, no pretext, no follow-up text. I think that's a much better example, but people never, very few people point that one out. Unless, you have like a full subscriber emote dedicated to that joke. But that aside, most of the time, people don't really, you don't see people constantly reposting Bible memes all over Reddit. Whereas there's 20 it's bread memes a day. If you scroll through Silent Hill on Reddit or r/Reddit. It's bread. Look at all that bread though. Donuts. Baguettes. Is that fucking pizza? Just straight up looks like slices of pizza. Maybe it's pie. Some other kind of baked good, baked bread, braked bread. All right, let's grab these tongs. It's a big pair of tweezer-like tongs for grabbing bread. If they ever do a modern day remake of Silent Hill 3, they better have an animation where Heather clicks those tongs twice after picking them up. There are no employees around. I wonder where they all went. Do you have faith in the Silent Hill 2 remake, Nub? Nope. Sure don't. Still gonna play it. Helen's Bakery. Crispy toasted bread right to your very door. Everything on sale. So a little bit of trivia here about Helen's Bakery. Helen was originally going to be the main character's name in this game. So Heather was originally going to be Helen Mason. So Team Silent knew they wanted to make this, Silent Hill 3 be a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, and they wanted a lot of parallels between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, right down to the name of the main character, where we have Harry Mason in Silent Hill 1, they wanted to have a similar sounding name for, you know, their female protagonist for this game. So the 2-syllable H name, where we go from Harry, was going to be, for this game, Helen. And in early versions of the script and everything, the character was supposed to be named Helen, or was named Helen. But then they started casting for the game, and they hired a woman by the name of Heather Morris, who wound up getting the part of Helen, the main character. And when they hired Heather, they liked her name, and it fit that same naming structure that they wanted to keep, the 2-syllable H name. So the team kind of talked with Heather a little bit and tried to ask, like, difference-wise, is there a major difference between Helen and Heather as far as like a girl's name? She said she felt that Helen, to her and to a lot of American audience, would probably hear the name Helen and associate that with someone older. Like it's not as youthful sounding of a name as Heather. So they wind up changing it from Helen to Heather. They named the bakery Helen's Bakery as just kind of a little callback to that original name for the main character. But yeah, they wound up making Helen into Heather. So now we have Heather Mason. Thanks to literally her voice actress and mocap actress being Heather Morris. Funny enough, on the back of the box for Silent Hill 3, one of the versions that released, I'm trying to remember which version it's on, but on the back of one of the boxes where it gives you like a little short synopsis of the game, they actually list the character's name as being Heather Morris by mistake instead of Heather Mason. Because remember, it's supposed to be a big twist that this is a sequel to Silent Hill 1. It's supposed to be a big twist that this is the daughter or adopted daughter of Harry Mason from Silent Hill 1. So they didn't want to give away the character's last name in a lot of the promotional material. So in most regions where the game came out, the back of the game box and the manual and everything like that, any marketing stuff, just referred to her as Heather. Like they never changed the name around, or they never gave a last name. They just called her Heather. But then one version of the game that released put her last name as being Morris. And yeah, they never... Yeah, Chosen Ashen One. They never, like, changed the name after the cult, as far as I'm aware. Other than her first name, I guess. But yeah, that's really not smart, is it? If you're trying to avoid being tracked down. Especially if it is true that they stay in Portland and they just move to, like, the other side of town. So they get attacked by the cult and they just move, you know, to the other side of the town, like less than an hour away. And instead of changing everything about them, first names, last names, everything, Harry keeps his name the same. And he just starts calling Cheryl Mason Heather Mason. They'll never find you. The cult will never find you. They'll never track that down. They'll never see through your genius ruse, Harry. Ouch. How dare you knock me down in front of the Bluebell? I just like looking at the storefronts. Bluebell, Natalie's shoes, these little blood textures just randomly on the wall. My Best Sellers, which is locked. This is going to be where we're headed in a little bit. The My Bestsellers, I know it's a very basic kind of font and everything, but this way the logo is stylized and the font and the centering of the image behind it and everything, it always reminded me of the Final Fantasy like logo. Doesn't it sort of? Maybe it's just me being crazy, but to me it always kind of resembled like Final Fantasy. My Bestsellers 7. Yeah, exactly. Cafe Paradise Noon. Boutique Marguerite. So this is the other side of the store, the boutique. Best Norman Reedus cameo? Yeah, I love the Norman Reedus cameo in this game. For those who don't know, even before PT, Norman Reedus was secretly involved in Silent Hill ever since this one. Kind of, but not really. It's a very weird coincidence. But to show that, we need to get into the My Bestsellers, which means we're going to go use the tongs to grab that key that was under the boxes in the pallet. It's a big pair of tweezer-like tongs for grabbing bread. We're going to use them to grab a key. She says her arms aren't long enough, but when she actually gets down on the floor and starts reaching under there to grab the key, it looks like her arms are long enough. Like, she could have probably reached it just fine. But we got the key taken with tongs. T-hongs. Key taken with tongs. This key was dropped in the storeroom. I used the tongs to get it. Aren't you so proud of yourself? There's a tag on the key that says, My Bestsellers. My Bestsellers, a bookstore key. We're headed to the bookstore. Kojima and weird coincidences are always somehow connected. True. You guys are really not in a convenient spot for me to run past. There we go. Now, of course, this is the PlayStation 2 version on PCSX2 emulation. So some of these textures are definitely not as clear as they possibly can be. A lot of this stuff's easier to see on the PlayStation, or excuse me, on the PC version as compared to the PlayStation version. But here is this. Let me pull up, see if I can Google this image really quickly, because I don't have it saved on this. I'm still using Rachel's PC, so that's one of my reference images. Oh wait, is it on my backup drive? PC textures are muddy as fuck too. They're not quite as bad as PS2 original. And this is even enhanced a little bit through the emulation. But yeah, it can still be pretty hard to see, no matter what version you're looking at. Reference Silent Hill 3. Yeah, there it is. It's a movie called Gossip with Norman Reedus. So there is the full-size image you can see is being used for that particular magazine cover. Is this like promotional image, marketing image for a movie called Gossip. And there's your boy, Norman Reedus. Long before he would wind up being, working with Hideo Kojima on Silent Hills, that unfortunately got canceled, but led to him working with Hideo Kojima for Death Stranding. So, interesting little, just weird coincidence. But a cool little detail in the game. There's Norman Reedus in Silent Hill 3. Like 12 years, 13 years before he would wind up working with Kojima on a Silent Hill game, even if it was canceled. Does Norman Reedus know he's in this game? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know if anyone has brought it up to him. But if you know Norman Reedus, feel free to ask him. Next time he does like a Reddit AMA or something. None of the books are very interesting, just the kind that I can buy anywhere. There are magazines on the shelf. Some of them look interesting, but it's really not the time for that. So some of these, she's like, if situations were not as bad as they are right now, some of these she would take the time to look at, maybe even buy, or maybe try to steal. But now is just not the time. I love the bookstore. It's just one of those things where you could easily copy paste, and you can see there are a lot of assets that are copy and pasted here, but when you actually break down, like looking at every single one of the unique assets that there are, there's like so much attention to detail, so many little things. And a lot of these are actual, magazine covers and book covers and things that they just kind of took. This is still from an era of game development where like copyright is not nearly as strict as it is now, where they just grab still images from magazines and publications and stuff and kind of scan them in and just throw them in there as textures in their games. You can't really do stuff like that anymore. I mean, you weren't even really supposed to do stuff like that back then, but I think, they just didn't give a shit. Yeah, just like Harrison Ford and Bruce Willis in Silent Hill 1. They're probably unaware. All right, Shakespeare puzzle. We've got 5 Shakespeare books. Shakespeare anthology books. It was on the floor at the bookstore, Shakespeare book, just like it says. And if you examine them, so a lot of times I've done this on hard difficulty. We talk about how hard the Shakespeare puzzle is on a hard difficulty. Because we've done that so often in the past, today we're talking about normal. How huge of a leap it is between normal riddle difficulty and hard riddle difficulty when it comes to this puzzle. So normally on hard difficulty, if you examine the anthology, the description tells you specifically what book it is, what story, what writing of Shakespeare is in each anthology, because all of that is some, necessary information for solving the puzzle. For normal, it's way, way less complicated. So we have Shakespeare Anthology 1. It was on the floor at the bookstore. A Shakespeare book, just like it says. You examine it, and it shows you the spine of the book, which has part of a number drawn onto it. And that number is basically just randomized every time you play the game. So each of these writings, these textures with the numbers, are split up between each of the books. So they just need to be placed onto the shelf in the correct order in order to make the numbers visible. So like that doesn't go together. But there is the other end of this 4. There's the other end of the 0. There's the other end of the 2. And there's the first part of the 8. So all you have to do is throw the books onto the shelf. You can do it piece by piece and just line up where each of the parts of the numbers are. When you're speedrunning on this difficulty, it can be a little bit weird because some of these digits, like the 8, because of the way it's split, it kind of looks like a 3. So it can, if you're trying to guess what it is without seeing the full thing, sometimes it won't match up. But if you're just playing this casually and throwing the books on there, there's not really a way to mess this puzzle up. You're just kind of mixing up the books until the numbers become visible, and that's it. 8402, that's our combination for the keypad. That is insane how simple of a puzzle that is. And then hard difficulty jumps up to you specifically have to understand these clues in these actual works of Shakespeare that are not given to you in the game. Like, outside of game knowledge, none of the books are very interesting, just the kind that I can buy anywhere. Fair is foul and foul is fair. Put these books out of order. Okay. That's it. Fair is foul, foul is fair. Put the books out of order. That's normal difficulty Shakespeare puzzle. Crazy that is, that's it. Like, that's the normal riddle. It's bad enough how difficult it is on hard, but it's very strange that easy difficulty and normal difficulty are extremely simple like that. And then hard mode is just insane. Now we have our introduction to Claudia,
Hey,
a cult
wait,
priestess
what's going on
walking
here
around
with
with no
everybody?
shoes on.
Those weird monsters?
This is our parallel to Dahlia.
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was the hand of God.
I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
I love this music sound, ambient soundscape during that cutscene and this hallway afterwards. It almost sounds like something like bubbling. It's like tar bubbling. There's like a low bloop, bloop, bloop kind of sound underneath all of it. That high-pitched, like dissonant ringing on top of it, and that almost like chanting groan sound. There's like metal valve creaking kind of sound there. John Ramirsa, you mean Joe Ramirsa? He does the moaning for it on one of the later tracks. I don't think it's this one. I think it's the later one with the deeper vocal chanting, where it goes, "Hoy." That's the best way I can describe it, and I did it perfectly. And there's no way you won't know what I'm talking about. That's Joe. Here's Cafe Turn Ale. Again, more references to Turn Ale, the afterlife or otherworld in Gaelic. The lumber room. It's where we keep all of our lumber. Boutique A. Another lumber room. There's my bestsellers. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil, which is the tree of life in Norse mythology. Jewelry Cathedral. Like, not just a jewelry store. Jewelry Cathedral. Nornen? What is Nornen? I'm gonna Google Nornen and find out it's something that I shouldn't have Googled. The Nornen was a large sailing vessel of the bark type. It's a boat. It's a French boat from the 1800s. Nornen Reedus. She's sailing to the other world. It's one way to interpret it, for sure. Nothing else we can investigate there. So did the monsters being here and other weird stuff happening mean that the influencer of the other world of Silent Hill is spreading and slowly consuming the world? Or this is just happening because Heather is here? This is just happening because Heather is here, because Claudia is here. Heather and Claudia are their two main, like, impactful forces. But right now, Heather herself is a reincarnation of Alessa. Specifically, she's a reincarnation of Alessa after having the god forced out of her from the ending of Silent Hill 1. Oh. Oh no, my controller disconnected. I was worried this might become an issue. Damn it. But because Heather is a reincarnation of Alessa, after the god had already been inside of her, when she reincarnates, part of that god is still in her. So that god is growing inside of Heather. And as that god is becoming more and more real, where it's about to be birthed, the power, like, of Silent Hill is coming through Heather. Like, the ability for reality to be shaped around people is able to happen because of Heather, her latent abilities as Alessa, the powers of this god that's growing inside of her. And it's implied by Vincent anyway that Claudia also has powers. So presumably she has some sort of influence. We see her also summon like the missionary that kills Harry later on. Give me a moment. I need to save state. I have to restart my emulator and make sure that my controller stays plugged in. And I'm actually going to take a really short break while I kind of fix things, so I will be right back. Surprise. From nice, pleasant music right back to the harsh static of the radio. Can I move? I can move, so everything is fine again. Okay, so we just had our encounter with Claudia. Claudia, again, is a priestess, a member of the cult, the order, acting somewhat as our parallel to Dahlia Gillespie of Silent Hill 1, both thematically and somewhat from a story point as well, where she's kind of speaking in mysterious ways, being very vague about what she lets on, but at the same time sort of giving information to Heather, not as outright lying about the information the way Dahlia did to Harry in Silent Hill 1. A lot of what Claudia is saying is true, but still using that information, what she tells Heather and what she sort of feeds her, to motivate Heather to do what Claudia needs her to do. Basically just to meet her own ends. And after Claudia leaves, Heather begins to follow. She doubles over in pain. A lot of times we see that and we hear that music and that particular sting when to represent that God inside of Heather growing. Times where she is scared or angry or any negative feelings and emotions all feed that God. And as it starts to grow more and more and become more and more real, we start seeing Heather reacting to that. And as Heather attempts to sort of follow after Claudia a little bit, there's nowhere to go but this elevator, and in this elevator, a radio suddenly just falls down from off screen from the roof. A radio. What the hell is this doing falling down from the ceiling? Anyway, I guess that explains the static from just before. But all it's picking up is static. I wonder if it's broken. And we have like this really wonderful transitionary cutscene between kind of the real world and other world, or the real world being taken over. Because it's not, I feel like it's such a misconception to understand it as being like multiple dimensions. It really is meant to be reality, being overtaken and shifting, reality itself being warped. So I love that we get this scene to kind of represent that. Ugh, these sound effects.
Dream? It's gotta be.
Everything looks like skin. It's rusted and decayed. We see Valtiel.
Not even a kid could believe in this.
I love seeing the figure behind the fan. Yeah, Chosen Ashen One. This scene is a reference to 1988 movie Alice by Jan Svankmajer. There's also another later reference to that same film, finding the key in the can from the vending machine. Or at least a similar enough scenario where it was likely inspired by the same thing. Kick the shit out of them. Yeah, that's a good way to see it. The same way you have Alice falling down the rabbit hole. We have Heather descending into, the other world, into this own sort of messed up kind of wonderland. And you can actually avoid, for the most part, I say as I get a dog to the face. You can actually avoid most of the enemies. Especially in these first couple of hallways, the dogs, they give these, the dogs little corpses and things on the ground that they're distracted by that they'll eat instead of attacking you directly, as long as you kind of move past them quietly without attacking. Do you have enough bullets for all these monsters without bullet adjust? Oh, absolutely not. But I'm not going to kill everything. I'm just killing a few things here and there. Lets us hear their death sounds and see their death animations. Things like that. For the sake of being thorough, I don't just run past everything, but I take the time and kill a few things. There are books and magazines here, but I have no time to read them. We get... Hey, you remember that really disgusting bed that Maria lays down on in Brookhaven in Silent Hill 2? Where you see it and you're just like, ew, this looks horrible and disgusting. Silent Hill 3 was really like, let's make a worse bed. Let's make an even grosser bed. It's like a magic circle I remember reading about in a book on black magic. Does it seem so familiar because I read about it in that book? No, that's not it. It's not the book. It's from the altar. Altar? What am I thinking? So we don't get this on every single save point, but we do get it on a lot of them, where the first time you inspect it, Heather gives some sort of internal dialogue about what it reminds her of and things like that. So we got a little bit of that from the one that we examined in the mall earlier, and then another follow-up on that here. And it starts gradually giving her memories. She remembers an altar. So she gets these little bits and pieces just kind of showing that those memories of her life as Alessa are already in there. Like, she's always had them. Alessa's always been a part of her, since she is directly reincarnated from her. But now that this god is wakening and she's interacting with Claudia and having the otherworld influence on her, it's sort of like that Alessa side of her, that aspect of her, is coming more and more to the surface. She's recovering those memories, ultimately up to the point where she directly confronts the Alessa side of herself in the Memory of Alessa boss fight, and pretty much from that point on has recovered all of her memories from her life as Alessa. But it's interesting now seeing those first few hints where she's remembering an altar just by seeing the halo of the sun, like these things that are triggering these familiar events in her mind from those past life memories. The bed is stained dark red. Whose blood is this? Is there someone here apart from that woman? So she's also questioning, is there other people here in this other world, in this strange existence, other than just Claudia? Although it'll still be a good while before we see Vincent. God, I love this enemy design. The closers are definitely like one of my favorites. Just overall, the animations, the sounds, like the combination of the design of it and the way that it moves. Like, it's very believable. Like, I buy it as a creature. It looks and moves like its weight is in all the correct places, you know? If you look closely here, you can actually see the flashlight. That green flashlight just sitting there. Right in between the top two boxes. You need the flashlight to be able to progress in this game. There's things that you cannot interact with if you don't have a light. Warning, when leaving the room, be sure to turn out the lights. It will be obvious if they are not switched off. There's a light switch. It's on right now. You turn off the light. So if you follow the advice of the poster, you turn the lights off. The flashlight automatically turns on. You hear it click on. So you not only get a sound cue to look that way, but you get a nice visual representation. I love things like this. Things to sort of draw the player's attention towards something important. All the different ways that games can do that through camera angles and visual and sound cues. Sadly, because of the way I'm playing this, I don't have the Silent Hill 2 data to unlock the extra scene. So originally, if you're playing this on actual PS2 hardware, if on your memory card you have a completed save file of Silent Hill 2, you get an extra scene here in Silent Hill 3 where it'll give you the option to reach your hand into the toilet, and then you get a scene where Heather looks at it like she's about to do it, and then suddenly stops and turns around, looks right at the camera, and says, disgusting. Who in their right mind would even think of doing something so disgusting? And basically refuses to do it and does like a little reference, a little callback to Silent Hill 2, James, reaching his hand into the dirty toilet. Instead, we get this. Ugh, a filthy toilet. Just looking at it gives me goosebumps. So, it's gross. It's a toilet. We just don't get the extra scene. We do get some bleach, though. Is someone actually in there? So just like before when we were in the bathroom at the start of the game, you can knock on the door of the stall and you still get a knock back. I love that the lighting in here is the same. Like, this is the same lighting as the scene in the bathroom in the very beginning. You have that same orange, sunset kind of light coming through. Even though everything else is so, like, horrible, dirty, and broken, and, otherworld affected. But there are still these little hints of it being kind of like the same place. And all the blood. We did ask for much blood. We set it to much blood. So, although this is always like this. For me, it's always like this. It's soaking with blood, but there's no one here. Did someone respond, or is it just me? Silent Hill and their bathroom scares. Although I do really think that is one of the better ones. You have the whole setup to it if you knocked on the stall door earlier. So you have that sort of repetition of things, kind of like the cat in the locker in Midwich and Silent Hill 1, where you see it as the cat the first time, and then the second time you have the empty bloody locker that was making a sound right before they hit you with the locker jump scare. So I like the way they set that up. Again, distinct camera angles and things just to point out important objects and items. You need this hanger. They even kind of make it glow if your light's not on. So here's the bleach we picked up, the sort of stuff you'd use to clean a toilet. I think I have the same kind at home. The bottle says, danger, do not mix. Mix with an acidic detergent and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. And a hanger, a wire coat hanger I got at the boutique. The hanger is one of the most disturbing things about the game to you. Only if you make that mental connection, though. Like, there's nothing that the game explicitly says about the hanger. It's one of those things where if you think about it in the context of everything else in the game, it could potentially be something that is very intentional and very disturbing. But the game is not explicit about it. These clothes are awfully dirty. They're stained with blood spatters. They weren't like this before. What could have happened? Can you explain that? I will. I planned on it. Once we got to the point where we used the hanger in the inventory. But there's a nice, unique little jump scare if you try and get to the back door of the boutique here. I love that setup. Good little sound. More of those little sound jump scares that they set up really well. Silent Hill, not really big on a lot of jump scares in the early games, but these sort of sudden audio things while you're exploring and stuff like that are always really interesting to me. Haven't taken a good look at it, but I doubt there's anything worthwhile inside. I think I'll forget about this box for now. All this extra dialogue just for, a box. A box that you don't even get anything from or need to interact with at all. Excuse me, dog. It's broken. See, this is like a body or just like a big hunk of some kind of meat. Pardon me, closers. So this, if you're kind of keen-eyed, is the Happy Burger. It's the Otherworld variation, but the location is the Happy Burger. This is where the counter would be, with the menu and everything up on top. There's like a table, some chairs here. And this table, the one specifically where we're pulling the ladder down and going up, is the table that Heather was sitting at. The ladder is hanging halfway down from the ceiling. Even if I stand on the table and stretch my hands out, I can't reach it. If only I had something long to snag it. So it's pretty much all emptied out, with the exception of a few tables. And specifically the one table where you're actually climbing up and interacting is the one that Heather was sitting in and eating at and fell asleep at. But just another one of those really interesting little details. So this is where we need our hanger in order to pull this ladder down. And what I'm fairly certain Ashen One is referring to with the hanger, something that I've talked about in previous playthroughs over the years that I've been streaming this. So a lot of you already know about it as well, but the hanger by itself, this doesn't say or mean anything explicit. But if you look at the themes, the overall ideas behind Silent Hill 3, that Cheryl, aka Heather, is a reincarnation of Alessa, that she's been reborn. So you have all these ideas and thoughts and themes around rebirth, but you're also talking about this god that's growing inside of her from an impregnation ritual that was performed on Alessa. So this idea of impregnation and having something, growing inside of you, being very important to the story and very much part of the themes used throughout the game. There's a lot of references to impregnation and phallic imagery and things of that nature. So you see a lot of parallels there. And at the very end of the game, as a conclusion, you have Heather using Aglaophatus to essentially have an abortion to force this god out of her body. And if you think about that, and that being kind of like the ultimate conclusion to this game, and all of the other themes of impregnation, and then think about the wire hanger, being undone and stretched out and used to pull down a ladder to progress. On its own, seemingly just a way to progress, to do something, to pull down a ladder, The game is not gross or explicit or anything about it in any sort of terms like that. But you could very heavily infer, the hanger having a symbolism to like abortion, being done outside of hospitals with things like coat hangers commonly, which is a horrible, disgusting thought, but very much part of reality. But the thing is, the game is not explicit about it. So it's very funny that somebody like Chosen Ashen One, who very clearly knows a lot about this game, has basically been talking about all the same points that I usually talk about for these playthroughs, mentioning that one of the most disturbing things that they think is in this game is a hanger that has no explicit direct inference or anything, in the game itself. It's only contextually that it's disturbing. And I think that's a really important thing. I think that's a really good way to design horror, where to somebody who doesn't really know what it means, it could come off as very, ambivalent, or, not important. But if you understand the overall themes of the game, the overall kind of meaning of the story, and the significance of a lot of other things, it gives it a much more disturbing, deeper meaning. It's just a normal wine glass. There's not much reason to carry this. One of my favorite bits of text here. Rows of wine bottles. I don't really feel like eating and drinking stuff from an alternate reality, okay? A lot of fans would take this as, going completely against what I said earlier, that I don't really look at Silent Hill as being an alternate reality, that it is just reality being shaped by either influence of the town itself, or in the case of Silent Hill 3, this god growing inside of Heather being influenced by her subconsciously and Claudia consciously. But this is also just sort of from Heather's perspective, like being in this mall that she knows, that she recognizes, and then suddenly being in this, horrifying nightmare version of it. She's interpreting that as an alternate reality, But it's just a cute little bit of text at the end of the day. Like, don't really feel like eating and drinking stuff, although we're going to chug one of these health drinks. Apparently these, they don't count. She's fine with these. They sell these at the convenience store in her own reality, so she's willing to try them. There's a disgusting smell coming from the pot. I think I better keep away. And of course, the lovely centerpiece, the cooked dog. It's even got little diced up, looks like potatoes and garnish and stuff in there. The giblets. What is this? Barbecued dog. Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something in the dog's stomach. Got a cooked key. There's nothing else to worry about here. Other than who the hell is sick enough to do something like this, that is. And even that, I'd really just rather not know. I'm sure lots of people would eat that. I mean, there's still cultures in the world that eat all kinds of things, like dogs, guinea pigs. It's more so that it's like a monster dog on top. Like, it's not even just a cooked normal dog. It's one of the split heads. Just without bandages. And a little more extra well done. It's just a roasted dog anyway. I shouldn't let that creep me out. Yeah, it's pretty gross. But we do get a cooked key. The key was in the barbecued dog at the restaurant. Yuck. I love the extra yuck at the end for the item description. Earlier, we also picked up the bulletproof vest. It's heavy under a jacket, but it should protect against a monster's attacks. The only problem is it's heavy and harder to move, so I'll run slower. So this is where there's some interesting other mechanics in the game, little combat mechanic things that a lot of people who've played this game casually, maybe even several times, might not fully understand. But you can equip stuff. You equip like the bulletproof vest, and Heather's run speed gets cut down. So you move slower while running around with it. You also move really slow if you're readying a weapon and moving around, trying to like strafe around with it, especially heavy weapons when you later on get like the maul and things like that. Makes you way less maneuverable and way less fast. But you legitimately will take less damage when things hit you, and you have the added effect of blocking. So this is something that a lot of casual players, I know people who've played this game like a dozen times, and then they'd watch me do like a speed run and be like, what? You can block? Yeah, so you can block. You can block in Silent Hill 2 as well. It's a little wonky, but it's one of those features that a lot of, casual players might not necessarily know about because you never really need to use it, but it's super useful. So blocking in this game will do just that. It negates damage. So whenever something would normally hit you, you can block the attack and you'll take less damage. You'll still take some damage from it, but you'll only take a little bit. If you are completely at 0 on health, this game works on the same sort of health system as Silent Hill 2, where you don't die when you go to 0 health. You die when you get hit at 0 health. So if you have 5 HP, an attack hits you for 20 HP, it doesn't kill you. It puts you at 0. The next attack that hits you kills you. So that's kind of the way the health states work in this game. And if you are blocking an attack when it hits you, even if you're at 0 HP, when you block an attack, it cannot kill you. So technically it's doing damage to you, but the block basically prevents it from actually ticking you past into a death state where you just get hit and take damage and die. Keeping the bulletproof vest on makes it so if you block an attack, you don't take damage. So instead of just reducing damage, you straight up block everything. So equipping the bulletproof vest, if you want to be a little bit slower and a little bit more careful with blocking enemies, it comes in a lot of handy in certain boss fights. It's really useful for like the Memory of Alessa fight. For example, if you want to try and do no damage runs and things of that nature. But yeah, interesting little thing with some mechanics that are a little deeper than I think most casual players will probably know about or care about. Now we're going to get our first of direct Silent Hill 1 throwbacks. So there's lots of little parallels and lots of little references to Silent Hill 1 in this game. And obviously this game being a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, there's plenty of reason for it to be that way. It's designed specifically to remind you of Silent Hill 1. And up until now, it's been relatively subtle things, kind of parallels to the start of the game, parallels to our characters and name conventions, things like that. Now we get our first actual glimpse of something directly from Silent Hill 1. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. What was that, I wonder? I thought I heard someone say daddy. So we've got a mall very similar to the Town Square Mall in Silent Hill 1 that had a bunch of TV displays that Harry Mason interacted with and saw an image of his daughter Cheryl that he had been looking for on one of those TVs. And, you know, she says the word daddy, help me. So we hear that delivery of the line daddy through the static, and we see just a little glimpse of that scene of Cheryl from that TV monitor. So we're straight up seeing assets from Silent Hill 1 now, where there is Cheryl on the screen. There's even the original voice of Cheryl from Silent Hill 1, which actually wound up getting Konami into some legal trouble. Legal trouble that they are still running into to this day. I don't know how, like, that he can't keep getting away with it. Breaking Bad meme. So we have to talk about this, and we've got to go a little bit more into it than usual because of recent events. So Konami published Silent Hill 1, and Silent Hill 1 got made relatively low budget, but they paid their voice actors, they signed their contracts, they did their voices and stuff for that game and moved on. Silent Hill 3 comes around and gets made, and they're making a sequel to Silent Hill 1. So they're using some voice clips and CG and stuff, not much, but mostly voice clips from Silent Hill 1 in Silent Hill 3, like that, where we hear the voice actress for Cheryl from Silent Hill 1 saying daddy, that line. And when the PS2 version of this game launched, the reception of it was well known, and Thessaly Lerner, the voice of Lisa Garland in Silent Hill 1, heard about Silent Hill 3, found out that her voice is used in one of those Silent Hill 1 flashback scenes, and figured like they didn't say anything to her, they didn't contact her, and they didn't offer to, pay her or anything like that. They just straight up used her voice again after having a contract, specifically saying that her voice was for use for the first Silent Hill game, not the third one. So she felt that she was within her rights, that there should have been a contract negotiation and, some type of payment, or at the very least being made aware and giving permission for the use of her voice. So she started getting a lawyer, and she contacted Konami to say that she was getting a lawyer and that she was going to pursue this in the court. And Konami did not want to go to court. They wanted to settle out of court because most likely they knew that she would have actually had a case for it, and they didn't want to deal with that. So they settled with Leslie Lerner. According to an interview that she did several years back, she said that she got a couple grand. In her own words, she got a couple grand. So I'm guessing literally, $2,000, something like that, just so that she wouldn't take it to court. And when the PC version of Silent Hill 3 came out, all of those Silent Hill 1 voice clips are removed. The subtitle still says that the dialogue is there, but there is no actual sound. They didn't even replace the voice with like a new voice or anything like that. It's just removed. And there's just a subtitle. So the reason why I bring that up, we're playing the PS2 version, granted through emulation, but still PS2 version. So we're going to hear all those original voices in this playthrough. But I bring this up also because Konami did the exact same thing with the Silent Hill HD collection. Silent Hill HD collection, which was Silent Hill 2 and 3, they reused the Silent Hill 2 voices, had originally planned on reusing the Silent Hill 3 voices. But they basically did the exact same thing, where they were reusing stuff that they had on file without contacting or negotiating or paying any of the actors who were involved with that. It turned into a big issue with the HD collection. Guy Seehee threatened to take them to court. And it was like a big deal there. A lot of people were blaming that for being the reason for new voices for the HD collection and stuff, even though that was something they had talked about doing from the very beginning. So it's unfortunate that it would happen. You see this happen with Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. Konami doesn't pay for the voices. It turns into a potential legal thing, and winds up being a problem where Konami's just like not properly paying their voice actors. Happens again with Silent Hill 2 and 3 with the HD collection. And then now it's happening again because it recently, Metal Gear Solid Delta or Triangle or whatever you want to fucking call it, the new Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, uses Snake Eater, the song Snake Eater from the original Metal Gear Solid 3. And people contacted the vocalist, the woman who did the song, and she was like, yeah, they didn't say shit to me. So again, they're just reusing stuff that they've had before without not even telling. The original voice actors or the original vocalists, or like a lot of them really don't even care that Konami wouldn't pay them. And for so many of them who've interviewed about it, they're like, it's not even about the money. It's the fact that they didn't even contact and be like, hey, we're doing a re-release of this. Isn't that cool? Wouldn't you like to be informed about this? That we're going to be using your work again, or putting your using your voice for this new game, or using this music for this new game. And a lot of them would be like, yeah, I'd be psyched if they just told us that we would be involved. That's how Heather Morris said that she felt about the HD collection, because with Silent Hill 3 HD, it only uses the new voices. It doesn't use the original voices. And a lot of people on the Konami side and on the development side said they couldn't get a hold of Heather Morris to release the rights or whatever for Silent Hill 3's audio. They already knew from Silent Hill 2 that Konami wasn't actually really doing that, because they were going to do it for Silent Hill 2 without contacting Guy Seehee, no problem. So they definitely would have fucking just done it for 3. And then the other aspect was that they tried to contact Heather Morris to get her to sign off on it, and they couldn't contact her. So that was the other aspect that they tried to say, was that they were unable to contact her. Again, somebody did an interview with Heather Morris like a year or two later and brought that up. And Heather Morris is like, nobody ever tried. And she is still a working actress, still working in Japan. So it's not even like Konami had to look overseas or like couldn't find her address or contact information in America. She was still actively living and working in Japan near the Konami building, like near their offices. She was right there. And she's like, yeah, no one ever attempted to even contact her and say that they were making or re-releasing an HD version of Silent Hill 3. So basically they just didn't try. Heather Morris was literally right there. So that was just all bullshit responses from people on the Konami end. And I always found that really funny, because she said if they would have just contacted her about it, she said she gladly would have come in and helped again with the project. Meaning we could have gotten a Silent Hill 3 HD with the original Heather. Like, she said she was willing to at least come in, and if they wanted to redo the lines, she was like, yeah, I'd be willing to re-record my lines for that game if they want to do it again and try and make it better. It would have at least still been the original voice actress, but they didn't even try to contact her. It sucks, dude. Sucks. This again. I know, I'm ranting about the same shit over and over. Looking at it makes my head hurt. I almost said makes me head hurt, but that happens later. Looking at it makes my head hurt, but at the same time, it's like so familiar. I know I've forgotten something really important, but I also have the feeling that I'd be better off not remembering it. So she has forgotten her past, but she's trying to remember it, but she feels like she would be better off not remembering. I don't know. If you were 17 and you suddenly found out that you were the reincarnation of a psychic child that was used as part of a cult ritual to birth a god, do you feel like that's something you'd want to be constantly aware of? Why would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. I like how parts of the hospital just turn into void. The ground just sort of ends. The walls keep going a little bit. Push it into the abyss. Jewelry store. Nub nut. I got a walnut. This is where the walnut used to be. But it's not anymore because I have it. It's in my possessions. This is a good-sized walnut from the jeweler's showcase. Something's rattling around inside, but I can't open it with my bare hands. Come on, just put it on the ground and step on it. Use them fucking big clompers of yours. You could easily fucking break this nut. You could bust this nut, Heather. I believe in you. There was a nice silver ring in here the last time I came. Bummer that it's gone, huh? There was a store where one of the signs said Silver Ring Magic or something like that. Silver Ring Store. Bummer that it's gone. I like how that kind of implies that if it was still here, she would steal it. And later on, we get some more dialogue that kind of is basically her saying that she just acts like a klepto every now and then. And it's something that I brought up before, where in survival horror games and stuff in this era, like, your characters out of context of the video game are kind of strange. Like, they're finding all these weird objects around that they're just picking up and carrying around with them because they know they have this pink rubber ball or this walnut or, you know, whatever. This will have some sort of use, some sort of purpose, so I'm just going to keep it. And with Silent Hill 3, it's just sort of worked into her character. Like, she's kind of a thief. She's kind of a klepto. And sometimes takes shit. That's just part of her personality. Yeah, the jewelry. Cathedral. I think it's supposed to say cathedral. The cathedral. I feel like stabbing. Come over here. You want to get stabbed? And people say Silent Hill combat needs to be updated. And people say that Silent Hill combat needs to be updated. I mean, how does it get any better than that? Tui Fui says, closers are hot. What is wrong with you? Yami, you know what to do. A lot of stuff is posted on the wall here, but nothing of any use. Yeah, this game needs more QTEs. This elevator is the same as that weird one earlier. Did I get to this world by writing in this thing? Wonder what would happen if I gave it another whirl. I can press the button all I like, but the doors won't open. Oh well. Even the call button seems to be broken. The doors just won't move. So she recognizes this is the elevator, you know, this is the hallway where we met Claudia after coming through the bookstore, which would theoretically be right here. Yep, there's My Bestsellers. So it's interesting when you start looking at, you know, being able to recognize where you're at compared to the regular mall, you know, versus the Otherworld version of it. That also says My Bestsellers. Boutique A, which is locked. We actually have to get to it from the other end of the hallway. So let's do that.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
We'll go through the boutique. Techie! Techie, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for my boy Techie? Much love. Hope you had a good stream. We're doing our in-depth Silent Hill 3 playthrough today. We're, of course, 3 hours in and still in the mall. Because, you know, Nub Zombie story playthrough. We're looking at all the little everythings, all the signs. We're stabbing things. We're shooting numbodies. I love their animation, the little dopey walk. Their heads just kind of bobbing back and forth. Only 20 hours left? That's probably about right. I'm just not doing it all in one sitting. I'm just going to be playing it all throughout the week. Are you in the mall? Did you check out the back of the Cafe Paradise Noon door? The Cafe Tiern Ale sign? Yeah, we did. We did go and look at that. I've been mentioning excuse me. I've been mentioning the Tiern Ale reference because I believe it's Gaelic, right? That it translates to afterlife or otherworld. I know you had posted that on the Dank Twitter account. Nothing in the dirty cardboard box. Sorry, my throat has given up already. We still got a few hours to go for the stream. I want to at least get done with them all. But here is that door where we were. Vinkara, thank you so much for the $10 tip. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Says thank you for keeping me sane on nights where I'm working overnight on code. Nice. Well, good luck with your coding. I'm glad I can keep you company. I appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for the support. Lets me keep doing what I'm doing. But yeah, that's the My Bestsellers Boutique A. Did you see this one, Techie? There's like signs on all of these things. This one's Yggdrasil, which is the tree of life in Norse mythology. It's another Yggdrasil. Jewelry Cathedral. Nornen, which was apparently some kind of boat from like 1800s France. I googled it when we found it earlier. A lot of those that I didn't even have notes on or anything from previous playthroughs that I'm like paying more attention to now. Even after all these years, there's still little details and stuff that I miss or overlook or don't think enough about. Select one. Someone mentioned it could refer to the Norns from Norse mythology. Fate Weavers. Ah. And see, all of that is very likely, considering Team Silent is super thorough with their research into like belief structures and religions and real world occultism and all sorts of different things. The fact that they use little bits and pieces of all these sort of different religions and beliefs and all sorts of elements of real world history to sort of put together their lore for the occult and for the other world and for everything. So it's cool that you have all these little references and things. Here's the Cafe Tiern Ale where the sign does not match. Like the outside of this is Cafe Paradise Noon, but the back door says Cafe Turnale, which is strange. You can see like a lot of these signs that are on the back doors don't really match which thing they go to. Like this would not be My Best Sellers. My Best Sellers is over here. So I don't know why that's duplicated and used over here. This one, Boutique A, would be correct. Don't know what the Yggdrasil ones would be. There's where we use our cooked key that we got from the dog. The cooked dog. There are glasses and plates on the counter, but there's really nothing important here. Some health drinks. Is Silent Hill Orphan any good? Like the mobile games? I mean, they sure are text adventure mobile games. Not even text adventure, they're kind of point and click text-based mobile Silent Hill games. They're all right. I mean, it's mostly the story. Like, there's not a whole lot of gameplay to them and not a lot to look at visually. So it's mostly the story, and the stories are not great, but they're not terrible. Got a steel pipe. There's warm steam coming out of the pipe, but there's nothing else interesting going on here. Just a casual little steam effect. Steel pipe about 3 feet long. Not very powerful, not hard to use. Same description as when we had it in the Nightmare. Oops. Let's see, I think you can look at the little menu. Yeah, there's a menu on the wall. Looks like this was once a cafe. Not very powerful. Stun locks like a dream. It really does. Especially for the split head, like the split head worm, the first boss. Even on Extreme 10, there's nothing I love more than the steel pipe. I love the ambient audio, that like creaking, kind of squeaking like metal sound in the background. Combined with the radio sound and the numb bodies like walking around squealing. And that distant metal creaking like persists into the next room. See what I mean about like the audio transitions where you'll go from room to room, but you're still hearing audio, like the music doesn't just drop suddenly because you went through a door. It sort of fades and transitions into the other music and the other atmospheric sounds. It's all done really, really well in this. Got our detergent. Was next to the bakery sink. It's not for dishes, though. It's for the bathroom. The bottle says danger, do not mix. Huh, mix with chlorine bleach and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. They straight up tell you what you're supposed to do with the bleach and the detergent. They don't give you as much information, if I remember correctly, on the, if you have the game set to hard riddle. It doesn't specifically tell you why you're not supposed to mix them. Hey, what's up, Kenny? Hope you're doing well. Lock's broken. Never got up to Extreme 10. I'm yet to do so, but the slurpers really piss me off. I don't blame you. Slurpers and dogs basically become one-hit kills once you're past, like, Extreme 2 or 3. Great imagery here. Again, this becomes sort of iconic Silent Hill imagery ever since the first game. The old big industrial fan. And it's made especially visually distinct with this lighting. And just kind of the creepiness of the hallway in general. Again, more of that red and orange behind it. Ever since Heather woke up in the diner, that red and orange light has kind of persisted in the background. Don't know what kind of switch it is, but it's on. You turn the switch off. And it doesn't just stop right away. I like how it actually slows down. So we've got an empty thing here. And if you try and continue forward, I'm not going any further. It's creepy and dangerous to boot. There's got to be a way. I can't very well stab them one by one. Some insecticide would do the trick. Nope. We're stabbing them one by one. Get him. Well, so now that the fan is off, we can make our insecticide. Or at the very least, something close enough. Combine the bleach and the detergent and use it in the bucket. Heather just sticks her face like right over the bucket too. She gets like a big mouthful of that shit. I love the voice acting there. She runs away like covering her mouth and muffling whatever she's trying to say or sounds she's trying to make. So before we turn this on, this is another little interesting thing with difficulty changes. If we try to go back into that hallway, it says, I don't particularly want to die. Better stay out of that hallway. The vent fan's not running, so there's probably still poison gas in the air. So this is why I like doing multiple difficulties every time I do these story playthroughs, because we get to see some little differences like this. If you're playing on normal riddle difficulty, which I am, this is what happens. You make the gas, you leave the hallway, you come back out here. If you try to go back in, Heather will tell you why she won't go back through this door. She doesn't want to die. It's full of poison gas. If you're playing on hard riddle difficulty, after you mix the gas, you don't get that warning. You can walk through this door, you can go into the hallway, poison gas or not. And it will start hurting you the longer that you stay in it. Technically, if you have enough healing items, you can just not vent the hallway. You can just run through this whole hallway on hard mode with the gas still there, and just chug health drinks and use first aid kits whenever you get low on health as you go. But it's interesting how they put something here to deter you from going back in there and give you a reason to solve the puzzle. It tells you specifically why you need to turn the vent back on, or the fan back on. And then hard mode is like, fuck it. Live with your choices. Go walk around in the poison gas. I used this to make gas earlier. Best not stick my head in too far. Who knows what's left in there? You know what's left in there. Poisonous gas residue. All the dead moths. Can't imagine that's a good speedrun idea. Not really, no. It's not the most effective use of healing items. And you're not really saving much time by not turning off the fan. Bullets and beef jerky. Yeah, everything else this way is going to be all broken. Another just hallway that ends in a void. Why would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. More of these hospital gurneys with bodies on them. Almost identical to the same bloody bodies under sheets that we see in Silent Hill 1. From the very beginning, like in the nightmare. Yo, Deus Ex. Deus Ex, thank you so much for the $20 tip. Very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well tonight. It says, build that PC good. Much love, Nub. The PC is built. The PC is built and being shipped hopefully sometime this week. It has its shipping label. The PC rebirth ending. Pendulums, dogs, just everything out there. We're just gonna run past it. Although I do love the visuals of them all, like where there's just big chunks of the floor missing and void, dark void everywhere. There are shackles here. They look pretty broken in. Gross. See, cages. They look almost identical to the cages in the Pyramid Head room in Silent Hill 2. Might even be just a reused asset. That stain on the restraint is shaped like a human. I don't want to even think about what this platform was used for. PC specs? It's in my Discord. If you do !Discord, if you want to go and check it out. It's in the general section if you scroll up a little bit. But I posted it whenever. I just don't remember everything off the top of my head, so. And I'm not going to stop the playthrough to look it up. This pattern looks like it could have been drawn in blood. I bet it's some sort of cursed symbol. No wonder my head hurts, and I feel so awful when I look at it. So she starts making assumptions about the symbol, about the halo of the sun, what it could mean, and how it makes her feel. But, hey, coming to terms with all of these memories from a past life and having a literal cult god growing inside of you is probably doesn't feel good. It's probably not a good feeling overall. I'm glad Heather can convey that. What is this? Trash? No, it smells different somehow. Like blood or rotting meat. So this might be like that. Even things that we can't convey in games, at least not yet. Like, she's describing smells. How much more disturbing it is, like, when you're looking at something like this, these bags with tape, just like in a big dumpster, in a big crate, whatever this is. And it looks bad enough, it's creepy enough, just the visual. But then also having Heather describe, like, it's the smell. It doesn't just smell like trash. It smells like old meat and blood. It's like that just instantly makes it so much worse. There's a sort of vice here. Finally. Something that can be used to bust this nut. No nut in the walnut shell, just a jewel. got a moonstone. It's just a type of jewel, not really from the moon. What a letdown. It was inside the walnut, somehow. Can be used and combined. So, it's just like a little smooth, white, off-white jewel. Not really from the moon. The total ripoff, why even call it that? Combined with what? Yeah, it doesn't actually combine with anything. It's funny just seeing how many like items have, you know, a programmed use prompt or combine prompt that doesn't actually function. It's like the later on when you get the perfume. The weird perfume in the locker in Brookhaven. You can't see me. It has a use prompt, even though you don't use it. It can be equipped, and it has an effect when equipped, but it doesn't actually like get used. You little shit. Time to beat something with a pipe. Alright. Listen to that hit noise. Definitely more effective than the knife. It's decent if you're trying to conserve bullets. It's got decent range. This game also... Silent Hill 2 did this as well. Even Silent Hill 1 does this, but weapons and things do have alternate attacks where if you hold forward while attacking, you can move and attack with like a tap of a button. You can attack stationary by rapidly tapping the button. You can hold the button down for like heavier attacks, and you can press forward and hold the button down for like a forward lunge. So they actually give you like a fucking, it's like a Dark Souls move set way before Demon Souls was a thing. So if you actually know what move you're trying to do, and you're trying to like keep something stun locked or out of range from you, the steel pipe is amazing. It's good for keeping stuff at range. This move right here is great for that. And it's fast enough that you can stun lock most things. At least when you're not playing on like Extreme 10. If you're playing Extreme 10, just don't fight anything you don't have to. Since we unlocked this door, we can actually go back to the front from here. And you go back to the front side of the mall where the escalators are. We can go and use our moonstone. Oh, before we use the moonstone, here's another little weird, quirky thing in this game. So we already know from the beginning, I was explaining how you can fall off of edges. So, for example, if you walk up to a ledge, if you're on normal difficulty or harder on the action difficulty setting, whenever you walk up to a ledge, Heather will start, gasping and trying to catch her balance. And if you keep pressing a direction towards the ledge, you can fall off the ledge. In 99% of situations where that is a thing, it basically is instant death. It's almost always on a ledge or something where you just fall and die. However, there is actually fall damage in this game if you fall and land on a solid surface that is not far enough to just kill you outright. There's like almost zero situations where you can even do that. But here's one you can jump down this. Where the ladder you climbed up earlier is, back down into the Happy Burger. You can jump down here without climbing down the ladder. And it hurts you. You see my health is in yellow? Let's climb back up. Again, step away from the ladder, jump down next to it. You can see that yellow's flashing. It's a more solid yellow color. It's flashing faster. So you are taking damage. It's one of the few spots in this game where you fall and take damage instead of just dying. You can see it's really flashing yellow now. And you can continue doing this all the way down until 0 HP. But it won't kill you. You won't die from fall damage. Unless it's a fall that just straight up kills you, like, you know, yeeting yourself into the void. I like that the escalators let you come really far out here, though. Get right to the very edge. Ow. Dog. You're cheating. So that biting attack right there that the dog just did, where it like latches onto Heather for, you know, latches onto her leg for a bit and you have to mash them off. If you're playing on extreme and you're on like extreme 4 or extreme 5 or up, that attack is just an instant kill if it hits you. Because it does so much damage per second while it's on you, that, and the amount of stamina and mashing needed to make the attack stop is so high, and it just kills you before you could ever feasibly, you know, mash out of it. The door has a red crescent and a round dent. Oh, you're going to interrupt me? Well, then you really have to die. Everything has to die so I can read. Not the thing. The other thing. The Dorg. Okay. Now you get the pipe. He was only one hit away. All right. So we've got some cool stuff here. If you look up from this door, one of those things that not a lot of people would do. Why else would you adjust your camera when you get to this point? But you look up here and you can see the halo of the sun is in a faint blackish, almost blue sort of look right above this door. This Dark Souls ass door. Yeah, pastry. Hi, Silent Hill 76. Welcome. But then we can examine it. It's got a red crescent and a round dent. You can see it's like red text, a red crescent, deep red crescent. And something's written here in the same color red. Piling up the 300th day and night, from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. And the final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. So the final destination becoming real is essentially a way of saying like hell has become real, giving a descriptor to the other world, though not a blessed beginning. So not in a good way, not the good kind of final destination. And then piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. So there's been a lot of fan speculation over the years about the meaning behind this. It's left relatively ambiguous. There's lots of ways you can apply it to, again, sort of the themes like the hangar earlier. On its own could mean, nothing or several things, but applied to the context and the meaning of stuff in the game makes a little more sense. So 300 days, it's not exact.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
But it's close to the gestation period for a baby. And again, going for the birth and impregnation themes of the game, that kind of makes sense. Glitched, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciate it. Welcome. Hope your stream was going well. What's up, everybody? We're playing some Silent Hill 3. Talking way too much about all the little details and elements of it. Welcome. Thank you again so much. Hope you're streaming well. Right next to this red crescent and the round dent, inside the round dent, we can place the moonstone. And I love the visual of this sort of center area of the mall. There's numb bodies and creatures and things sort of walking around as you look around. Oops, I just accidentally used an equipped item. You could hear the, like, boo-doo, signifying that I drank a health drink on accident. Yeah, there's a numb body all the way across over there. But I just love the visual of this ladder descending all the way down to the first floor of the mall. This creepy state, this just tone, this background ambient tone, just kind of resonating. That, how much tension there is just from that. And then as soon as you climb onto the ladder, it gets more intense. You get all these like moving machine and heavy metal scraping sounds on top of that ambient noise. Wonderful sound design and visuals in this game. Time to fight the split-head worm. And again, going with those themes of impregnation that are all throughout this game symbolically. Yes, this is a penis. This represents penis. Prepare yourselves for penis. It's a big angry penis worm. It's exactly what you think it is. Did you ever see the wiki theory on this monster? Is the wiki theory just its penis? There it goes. I kind of want to just go through and We can definitely stun lock it and just kill it really quickly, but I want to show some of its animations and attacks. It stun locks us. Like, if it knocks you down, you are on the ground for so long, even if you're mashing like crazy. This is the strat right here. If you want to just fight it, just hit him twice, block. The trick is to stay in range so that you don't whiff like I did. But otherwise, you can 100% stun lock this boss just by doing that on all the way up to Extreme 10. I hit the wrong button to block. I'm used to my PC controls when I speedrun. Oh, ground pound. Look out, Heather. I love how you could just face plant into the side of it. And he's dead.
What? It's the shopping mall just like before. Am I back?
That camera shift for the ground pound attack, though, something to be said for what the team at Silent Hill can do with the camera. Yeah, I definitely agree. Even in combat, you know, during boss fights and stuff, the camera and cinematic nature of everything is really well done. Really, really well done. Got this big old mall fountain. You can see a few more of the stores and things that are down here. There's everything that we were exploring up there. My Best Sellers, Helen's Bakery. Now that we're down here, there's Bluebell, Natural Shop, where apparently they sell horse accessories. Sunshine Princess, possibly a little reference to the unlockable Princess Heart outfit. Royal Grill since 1977. All right, Hirimi, take it easy, man. Have a good night. Key of Beauty. Here's Purple Side. Some of these we saw in the hallway earlier, kind of the back doors to a lot of these shops and things. There's Cafe Paradise Noon. This is the one that was Cafe Ternale on the reverse end of it. Blue Marine Surf Shop. Cool. Yes, the new fans, they'll learn. I mean, new fans are just going to do what you would do as a new fan of anything. They're going to go to the wiki. Quit being a Silent Hill gatekeeper. You guys, Silent Hill is for everyone. Even if they choose to make their headcanons against Masahiro Ito's wishes and look up weird, non-factual information on the wiki. That's up to them. You can't gatekeep. They're still Silent Hill fans, just like everyone else. Orangefield. Nub, does the God Boss strat work for the PS2 version? Tried using the iframes near her hand and failed every time. The PC spot does not work on console, no. But there is a different spot on the console version that works. That is more in front of the boss. It's like in front and to the side slightly. But there's like a different sweet spot for console. The Ruby Coffee Company. Newsboy. Hey, Yvonne. Really got to look at what Silent Hill 4 mods there are for the Good Old Games version.
This is not a dream.
The main
What's
thing
happening
is
to this place?
the randomizer mod. Hunsta's randomizer mod. Big Havastix, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, being able to randomize weapons, items, enemies, character. Definitely worth it. Allie's Ice Cream. Lila Accessories. Of course, we've got the Happy Burger, and we can actually go back into the Happy Burger. A Chinese restaurant. And a door with no sign. This is such a 2002 mall. I mean, that is appropriate. It definitely captures the vibes of a mid 2000s kind of mall. Or early 2000s rather. White Town. Something Field? Orange Field? None of the places you can see during the other world. This is where we went in and got our flashlight. This is where we went in and found the detergent or the bleach. But now all of this is closed off. Locked up. Hey, we get a nice little compilation of all the posters we were looking at earlier. There's the Silent Hill 2 poster. Right there in the center. There's the Turn Ale poster. The Havoc's Business Daily, which we'll see again in the subway. And these also show up in Silent Hill 4 in the subways. Little reused asset. Some of these posters and things. There's Angela. Oh, on the Silent Hill 2 poster, it's a bunch of the characters. It's much harder to see on the graphics on here. Like on the PC version, you can see it a lot more clearly, but it's like Angela, James, Laura, and Maria, I think, are all visible on the poster. Another save point here. Sadly, this one does not give us any insight. Again, not every single save point in the game has Heather give some insight and stuff, but that's cool. Get some extra supplies for coming back here into the Happy Burger. You can get some dialogue if you examine the table again. This is where I was sleeping earlier. Hell, I might still be sleeping here for all I know. I wish I were. So, everything, all this crazy stuff going on, she's trying to cope with that. You know, how do you cope with reality turning into a nightmare directly in front of you. So she's like, yeah, maybe this is where I was sleeping earlier. Maybe I'm still asleep. Look at those happy burgers. I keep accidentally clicking I'm trying to click in the stick to zoom the camera, and I keep accidentally clicking in the wrong stick and using supplies. I'm going to burn through all of my health items. That's fine. We don't need them. Special price. A set, B set, and C set. Doesn't look like a chain burger place. It really does look more like a little local diner type of thing, rather than the massive conglomerate that is Happy Burger. It's basically the Silent Hill world's McDonald's. All right. Let's go have a conversation with Douglas. This is where we learn that the other world is not just affecting Heather. Like, Douglas is seeing all of this happen as well.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
Great music here.
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
I love that. You're a 50-something-year-old man, Douglas, asking a 17-year-old teenage girl what you should do. More loading screen visuals that we don't really get on the PC version. But yeah, that's like the complete appropriate response. How should I know? Hell if I know. I don't even know what I'm doing. You're an adult. I've got no use for that place anymore. I'd rather get back home on the double. So we can't go back. Can't backtrack to the mall. But interesting scene there with Douglas. He doesn't seem quite so creepy and invasive the second time around. And he's also just sort of generally reacting to all this weird shit going on around him. He mentions everything turning all freaky and seeing monsters. So this is, typical Silent Hill rule up to this point. Like, reality changes for everybody. Sometimes it appears differently to different people in different perspectives, like in Silent Hill 2, but reality is still shifting for everyone, including Douglas. Gonna get me some Fruity Rouge. Some new makeup. Which is funny because Silent Hill is actually legitimately doing a makeup thing. There's like a makeup company that is going to do an official line of Silent Hill inspired color palettes and things. Can't wait. Can't wait for my official Konami licensed Silent Hill makeup. It'll be so fucking pretty. Eco actions. Think about Earth Day. And sometimes hold a baby chick. And a sprout. Fruity, you say? Yeah, happy Pride Month. Some beautiful Comic Sans. Yeah, people always give HD collection, like the thing with Silent Hill 2 HD collection, people making a big deal about Comic Sans, is they changed a sign that was previously not in that font to having that font. But there it is. It's used in Silent Hill 3. It's in Silent Hill 4 as well. And don't you dare forget the absolute best advertisement ever. Growing strong and healthy, it's Minmo. Look at that fucking cat. Look at Minmo. Ma, there's a weird looking cat outside. Thing looks like grandma. Growing strong and healthy. This is another one of those textures that's kind of hard to read on console version, even with slightly, increased internal resolution and things like that. You can see these a lot easier on some of the PC textures. $24-ounce bag. Product available, something, and packing something. We love you, Minmo. There's another Minmo right over here. There's more Fruity Rouge, more Minmo. Yeah, there's many Minmos. Our absolute favorite advertisement cat. I think the developers liked him too. This photo, that looks like just like a low res photo. That's probably one of the developers' cats that they just scanned a picture of and made this ad with. Same for those pictures that are on like the mock-up for the bag and the can of food. Those are probably just pictures of someone's actual cat. Damn, Minmo was born over 20 years ago. Don't think about it too hard. It'll get real sad. It'll get real sad when you realize the truth about Minmo. Can't go to Hazel Street. But we've got a newspaper we can examine. And this is actually going to set up for an optional occurrence that can happen in the subway. There's like an extra little scare kind of thing that can happen. And it only triggers if you do certain things. So we need to examine this newspaper. We need to examine a magazine on the ground a little bit later. And then go to a particular part of the subway. But here we've got a newspaper left on top of the ticket machine. Fatal accident at Hazel Street. At about 11 p.m. on the 4th, a man waiting on the platform at the Hazel Street station fell onto the tracks and was decapitated by the arriving St. Renata College-bound train. The victim died instantly. So we'll be able to go to that part of the subways, the platform for St. Renata College. While police have not yet determined whether the death was an accident or suicide, witnesses report that the victim did not look inebriated and seemed to jump off the platform deliberately. The victim's identity is still unknown. He was approximately 40 years old, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and was wearing a black jacket. This newspaper is 4 months old. What's it doing here now? There's a subway map here, but even without looking at this, I still know my way home. I just need to get on the Bergen Street train at platform 3. So here's another reference to Jacob's Ladder. Silent Hill 2 was full of a lot of references to Jacob's Ladder, even down to James's design himself, like his outfit and everything. But we see that influence still affecting things in Silent Hill 3. Bergen Street is the same subway platform that Jacob needs to ride on, and the same subway that he gets on in Jacob's Ladder. So another little subtle detail there. I don't know. Would you call that subtle? Most people aren't paying that much attention to Jacob's Ladder, like that his stop is Bergen Street. Wonder if they mean to imply this is New Jersey or if it's just a reference. I think more likely it's just a reference. Again, we get a direct, mention from Douglas that they were living in Portland, so presumably this is still Maine, with every other hint that they drop about Silent Hill being in New England or being in Maine specifically. But because Harry and Heather did move, could be anywhere. I love how much detail there is in this little, clerk's office. You can never go in there. None of these doors open up. It's not something that you can ever interact with. They could have very easily just made this be like broken glass that you can't see through, so they don't have to render anything inside of that room. Stuff like Silent Hill Downpour. Downpour does that a lot, where it's like a really heavily frosted window or a pane of glass so that you don't have to render what's on the other side of it. Whereas this, just make a flat texture with no 3D objects and props and things. But this one little room, just this attention to detail, it's got all sorts of little pictures and posters and calendars. There's boom boxes that are like 3D models with details and shit on them. There is effort. There is effort in all of these little areas that you barely see or wouldn't otherwise interact with. Love it. Love it. Here's the subway map that almost everybody missed on their first time playing this game, if you didn't have a guide to tell you that it was here. Got the subway map. Even with this map, back in the day, when I didn't play this game all the time and have it 100% memorized like I do now, I got lost in this subway. Got lost in this subway so much. And I think I played this game probably 2 or 3 times before I even learned that there's a fucking map for the subway area right here. And even with the map, it still can be kind of confusing because so many parts of the subway just look so similar. Oh, this is good. You approach the stairs, and you start hearing animal creature growling coming from there. Love it. It's almost like the subway itself is a large creature, and we're just hearing it breathe. and growl. Don't forget to stash your trash. Hazel Street. They try to, put these little signs and things all around to kind of clearly define each section of the subway. And once you get more familiar with it, it definitely helps a bit, but this can still be one of the more confusing parts of the game for a lot of new people. North End, Powell Garden, and Hazel Street. I love this graffiti, how much this sort of thing stands out against all the gray and darker textures and stuff everywhere. Boom. Need to make that graffiti texture into a tag in Jet Set Radio. And we have another save point here, this ominously glowing halo of the sun. Once again, Heather does not give us any kind of insight when it comes to this particular save point. A lot of them that she encounters, you interact with it and you immediately get some sort of backstory or insight. She talks about it makes her head hurt or makes her remember something. This PC version or PS2? This is PS2 version. PS2 version on PCSX emulation. So PS2 emulator with widescreen mod, some high-res internal or higher internal resolution. It's a nice way to play these games. PC is very good too, though. We'll give credit there. They both have their pros and cons. I like this version though. Plus, you all like PC version, you miss out on the Silent Hill 1 audio clips, which always kind of sucks, especially for a lore playthrough. But I think we're going to end it here for today, for tonight.